How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my actions.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and not be
sent
retarded?
$200. Have you seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I like
the great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
What up, guys? I'm a professional streamer, as you know. I would never start the show with my microphone muted. That would never, ever, ever happen. That would never happen. Hey, I look like I fell into a vat of eyeliner today. You know, I was just in one of those moods. I haven't really been going in on the black eye makeup in a while. And I feel like I've had past lives in Egypt, if I'm going to be honest about it. I feel like I've had like a couple past lives in Egypt. And so I really do just enjoy the ultra black eye makeup, but people always make fun of me when I wear it, but I really like it. Like I've been thinking about this a lot lately. You know, the internet is so fucking stupid. The internet is so stupid. And it's just like the internet, you know, it's funny because I go into the real world sometimes. Every once in a while, I do leave my house and I have to go be around normal people in the real world. And when and on those rare occasions when I have to do that, and hang on, I need to fix the sound on this for a second. One second, hang on. Ah, that's better. That's better. I can hear myself better. You guys might not be able to tell the difference, but I can actually hear myself much better now. Okay, so I've been like, you know, on occasion I do leave my house, and on occasion I go into the real world, and I always regret it when I do. I always regret leaving my house and going into the real world. True story, because it's like in my house I'm insulated from normies. I don't have to be around normies. Like I'm having a really hard time. I really feel for people who are really into this internet stuff. And then you have to go work a job in the real world. Like I really cannot imagine having to go work with normies every single day. I think I would kill myself. I really do. I think I would kill myself. I think back to like, so there's no, you know, sometimes I think about going back to corporate training because I made so much fucking money doing corporate training. Like I made so much money. It always amused me when people said that I was grifting on the internet because I was like, do you understand how much money I made doing corporate training? Do you have any idea how much money I gave up to be a niche kind of like known person on the internet studying the far left? Do you have any idea? It's so stupid, but like, I just really don't think I could go back to corporate training, at least not right now, because if I did corporate training, I would have to be around normies all day, and I would have to constantly be adjusting my brain for, okay, how do I speak to people on the internet who know what's up? And how do I speak to normal people who have no idea the way the world works? And so I do regret leaving my house every once in a while. I regret leaving my house and going around normies because I'm like, it's not that I think normies are bad people. They're fine people, but they're very fine people. There are very fine people on both sides. But I just can't communicate with them. We go like this. It's two different things. And it's like, I just have to nod and smile. And I was like, okay, you know, whatever. But then I get on the internet. And the internet is so stupid. And even though you have more people who know what's going on and know what's up in the world, you get on the internet and you really realize how fucking stupid most people are. You will never lose your faith. I firmly believe this. Becoming minorly internet famous has destroyed my faith in humanity. It's destroyed it. It's destroyed it on, I don't mean to be blackpilling at the beginning of the show or nothing, but like, it's destroyed it on so many levels. And it's like, I used to hang around life coaches, man. I used to hang around people who were in the coaching community because that was part of what I did for my job. I was a coach, I was a performance coach and executive coach and things like that. And I used to hang around those people. And when you're in those communities, it's so much different than this insanity of the internet, where it's like, anyway. The big point I'm making is that I like all people are going to comment on today is my eye makeup, because that's all the fucking internet cares about. My eye makeup and my weight and how I do my hair and all that stuff. That's like all the internet cares about. And it's just like, man. And they think this is normal. It's crazy. Naruto, if you would have told me last month that JD Vance will do something that makes me like him, I would have called you crazy. Can't believe he called out Sloan. Yeah, he did. JD Vance did probably the most amazing thing I've ever seen a politician do. And he called out a Jewish Yenta fucking journalist that has been a pain in my ass for a long time. And it was glorious. If you guys didn't see it, like, this is like real insider baseball, right? It's like, if you didn't see JD Vance, the vice president of the United States, completely drag Jewish psychotic person Sloan Ratchmuth. That woman is insane. That woman has been legitimately insane ever since October 7th. She is a fucking terror. She's been going after people and trying to cancel people for literally years. I know this because she tried to get my business canceled with the state. Now, of course, she failed and was ultimately unsuccessful, but she really did try to get my actual business canceled with the state of New Hampshire. They were like calling New Hampshire asking about my licensing, which of course was fine, but it's like, why do you care, Sloan? Why do you care? And the reason that she cared is because I wasn't supporting Israel, of course. So that woman has been a massive, massive, massive terror for a while. And I'm glad she got called out. And do I think that JD Vance is perfect? No. JD Vance is not perfect. JD Vance may potentially be very problematic, but another thing I've learned in my time on the internet is that it's kind of like, listen, man, someone who's my enemy today might become my friend tomorrow, just depending on what my needs are at any given time, in any given circumstance. And I really think that that is actually how the smart people should be playing it. Is like, if you're smart, you're going to try to build alliances with people who you have like common enemies with. And this is, this is why I've tried to build alliances with people who have the enemy of conservative ink, like people like Nick and the Groypers. And it's kind of like Nick Fuentes and I don't agree on a lot. Well, I think we do agree on more than most people might think. But like, there are things that Nick Fuentes and I don't agree on, right? But like, he has the same enemy I do. So I will put those things aside for the moment and be on his side. And I kind of feel the same way about so like, I would even, there would be circumstances in which if we could agree about like we need to kick Israel's ass out of the United States, like I would even work with the left on that. I really would, because I don't think we work in a time where it's even a smart idea to have people who are always your enemy or always your friends. Now, no, I don't agree with this. No, I don't agree with this. I do not agree with this at all. Do you want to know why? Number one, some bridges need to be burnt to the ground. It is not always a bad thing to burn a bridge. Sometimes it's the very best thing. But two, smart people are never going to allow the bridge to be burned to the ground. What do I mean by that? If two people are enemies today, and they're both smart people, and something happens where they say, okay, we might disagree on a lot of stuff and maybe we aren't best friends, but we can work together towards that goal, then the bridge is never really burnt, as long as both people are smart. The challenge comes when you have a smart person and a stupid person, Or alternatively, a stupid person and a stupid person. But like, I like to think I'm pretty smart. So let's just say the challenge comes when there's me on one side of the bridge and I'm a very smart person. I'm pretty sure I am. And on the other side of the bridge is a stupid person or a completely intellectually dishonest person or an untrustworthy person or someone who has lied like on way too many occasions to forgive. You burn that bridge to the fucking ground. You burn that bridge to the ground. Because the thing of it is no matter what you do as the smart person, the stupid, like intellectually dishonest, like just really kind of like disloyal, just douchebag is always going to fuck around. And there's no getting around it. And so it's like, if you have like a smart person that's actually trying to make progress towards something on one side of the bridge, and on the other side of the bridge is someone who will literally never, no matter what, because they've just proven it through their behavior over and over and over again, they're never going to help get towards that goal. You burn that bridge to the fucking ground. This is one of the stupidest things that people teach. Don't burn your bridges. No, some bridges have to be burned to the ground. But the thing of it is that if you have a feud or a dispute with someone, and I'm going off topic, but we're going to get back there. If you have a feud or dispute with someone and that person is a smart person that knows how to put shit in the past, because we're human beings and sometimes we disagree, two smart people can still come back together even after a falling out or even after a feud or anything like that, if both of them want to work towards something that they have in common. So in circumstances like those, the bridge is never really burnt. The bridge is only burnt when you're dealing with someone who is not aligned with you in any way. And you should never feel bad about that, because not everyone is meant to work with everyone else. Not everyone is meant to be best friends. Not everyone is meant to be your ally. You have to be smart about this. And just saying, I'm never going to burn a bridge down because I might need that person someday. Well, really? 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 I don't think so. I've burned many bridges in my life, and I've honestly never regretted one of them. Never regretted a single one of them. Anyway, guys, please make sure you mount the like button on the way in the door. I would really appreciate it. Hey, I'm going to start with an update today. I'm going to start with an update. Guys, breaking news. Are you guys ready? Andy No has finally, and at long last, reported on the Bash Back movement. Let me make this bigger. You know, I've been telling Andy No about the Bash Back movement since May. And I've previously released the private DMs that Andy and I had about this exact topic, where I tried to educate Andy about the Bash Back movement, and he dismissed it, and he didn't pay attention to any of it, and he didn't listen to what I told him, and he just continued to lie to his audience over and over and over. I've released those and talked about them on previous streams. You can find them on my Twitter account if you really want to see them, but back in May, I tried. People are like, Karlyn, why aren't you talking to Andy privately? I did, actually. I did. Like in real life, I did. I was so reasonable. And I said, Andy, are you aware of this? And he said, meh. And he ignored it, and he didn't want anything to do with it. And all of that is documented, and you can go and find it, okay? So Andy has finally gotten around to posting about the Bash Back movement. But the funny thing is Andy talking about the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto that is the rightful inheritor of the Bash Back movement in the United States? Is Andy talking about this Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto that I released last week that literally has Bash Back all throughout this fucking document? All throughout this document, this has Bash Back in it, all throughout. And this was original reporting I did about Bash Back back in May. But you can see in this document, they talk about Bash Back. They have Bash Back photography in the document. They are explicit that they consider themselves to be the inheritors of the bashback movement from the late 2000s. And by the way, in this thread, which you can find pinned to the top of my Twitter, in this thread, you can even read the DMs I had with Andy where I tried to tell him all this back in May and he didn't listen. You can see I was very nice to him. He didn't want to fucking listen to it. I tried to explain it. He didn't want to listen to it. So Andy still has yet to report on this manifesto. And I just think it's very odd because aren't all the conservative influencers talking about how transgender terrorism is the most dangerous threat that we're facing? But all of them, I promise you, all of them have seen this document and none of them are reporting on it. Isn't it odd that all the conservative influencers are just ignoring a queer manifesto that was created last month, 1 month ago, that literally says be queer, do terrorism? Does anyone else find this suspicious? Do you know what I think is going on? None of them want to elevate me because they're all bitter little men, and none of them know where to find the PDF. That's like the most pathetic part of all. I actually do believe that the reason that they haven't reported on this is they don't know where to find the PDF and they don't want to share something with my watermark on it. I absolutely do believe that. And it's just like, it demonstrates just a new level of just like laziness. And by the way, that was an intentional choice on my part. I was very intentional about not putting the link in this because I was like, if I don't put the link in this, none of them are going to know where to look for this document because none of them actually pay attention to this stuff. And I'm the only one who knows where to find this document. Well, people in my community and me, because none of them actually pay attention to any of this stuff. And I just thought I was like, let's see what happens, because none of them are going to report on it because they don't want to advance something with my watermark on it. And they're too fucking lazy to find the fucking document. Hey, no, man, it's almost like they don't want people to know. Yeah, isn't that interesting? They're all screaming about transgender terrorism. Chris Rufo is screaming about transgender terrorism, and yet they have a literal manifesto that's like sitting right in front of them that says be queer, do terrorism, and they aren't reporting on it at all. But so Andy did not report on this, which I was, again, not surprised by because Andy doesn't do his own research. No, you were fine, Seeker. Don't worry about it. But what did Andy report on? What did Andy report on? Look at this. That says bashback. But here's the funny thing about this. I've known about this group for a long ass time because this is not bashback in America. This is bashback in the UK. Bashback in the UK and bashback in America are two completely different things. And I know this might sound bizarre, but the naming of it is actually just coincidental. And do you know how we know the naming of it is just purely coincidental? First of all, the bashback movement in the United States is not a well-known thing. I hope everyone understands this. There's maybe like less than a percentage point of people in the United States who have ever even heard of the bashback movement. And most of them are in my audience or they were directly involved in the movement. The bashback movement is a very underground thing. It is not something that is a widely known thing. It is known on the far left, the people who are actually involved in the movement. And it's known by us because we've been studying far left subcultures for years. And so we've read all their materials. But like, if you say bashback to the general population, they have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And so you have this bashback movement in the US that is really like a very, very, very underground thing that few people know about, and just purely by coincidence. And this probably had something to do with there was language around bashing back used in queer zines in like the 80s, but it wasn't a reference to the bashback movement. The bashback movement started after that, but the terminology of bashing back was starting to get prevalent in zines in like the 80s and the early 90s. And we're going to talk about the 90s today. The bashback movement in the UK formed completely separately from the bashback movement in the US. And do you know how we know that? Do you know how we know that? Let me bring you to their website. This is bashback UK's website. It's transbashback.com. But you can see this is not in America. You can see contact here. Well, maybe they don't have it there, but someplace on this website they make it very clear they're in the United Kingdom. And even Andy said it in his reporting, they're from the United Kingdom. Let's click on the FAQ page, shall we? And this is how we know Andy No didn't do his research. I'm going to explain. This is their FAQ page. This is one of the most obvious places to look for information. Do you have anything to do with the US group Bashback? Nope, just a lucky coincidence. We share a lot of their values and beliefs, but we are unaffiliated. On Bashback UK's literal website, they say, we are not related to the group in the US. It is just a coincidence. We are unaffiliated. And that makes sense when you understand that the Bashback movement in the United States was an extremely underground movement that very few people actually know. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that there could have been a Bashback movement in the UK and a Bashback movement in the United States that formulated completely separately of one another. And where they may have gotten the naming was, again, there were queer zines in like the late 80s and the early 90s that were using the term Bashback, but it was not an official movement then. It was not an organization. It was just a term that would show up in zines. And so the people in the UK may have been reading the same zines as the people in the United States, and they're all going, oh, this is a cool term. But these movements developed completely separately. And if you ask the movements, they had no affiliate. If you look back through the entire Bashback anthology, they wrote a whole book about their movement. It's called Queer Ultraviolence, the Bashback anthology. You can find a free PDF of it online. I sent it to Andy No, and he didn't fucking read it. There is no mention of any UK anything in the Bashback anthology. And the Bashback group in the UK is saying, nope, we're not actually involved with them at all. It's a complete coincidence, okay? And I want to make sure this is clear to everyone. This information was available out in the open. There's a reason that I haven't talked about this group, and that's because they're in the United Kingdom and they are unrelated to what is going on in the United States. Now, Andy No doesn't know that. And Andy No lied to his audience. Andy said, ensure your target can be hit repeatedly until they desist from their activities. A British Trantifa group. He's still persisting with this Trantifa bullshit, even though the name of the fucking group is literally right in front of him. And he refuses to use the proper name of the group because he is committed to the branding exercise, because he's writing a book about this, and because he wants to maintain a narrative rather than actually informing his audience. A Trantifa terror group named Bashback, which is inspired by the US group of the same name. Nope. Wrong, Andy. Wrong. Completely wrong. And honestly, the fact that Andy No doesn't know this is wrong is just reflective of the fact that he doesn't do his own research and he doesn't fact check anything, because had Andy just gone on the literal Bashback website, he would have found, no, they're completely unrelated. People might think I'm nitpicking here. I'm sorry. No, I'm not nitpicking. The reason that I never reported on this was because I knew that this was not a United States group. I knew that this was a group that was completely unaffiliated because I had already read their website months ago. And people in my community already knew this. Look, Mizakan, where is it? Oh no. I just had it up, Mizakan. Where did it go? Mizakan knew this. Mizakan knew this. He was tweeting about this Bashback UK thing back in August. So again, my community is light years ahead of Andy No and all of Andy No's fucking friends, and whoever pays Andy No to do his research. My community members literally knew about this Bashback UK thing months ago, and it was something we talked about, and people send me stuff from it every so often, and I say, yeah, I understand why you're sending me that, but it's a completely different thing. It's in the UK. It's not related to American stuff. I've known about this movement for like at least a year, if not more. And Andy No is literally just discovering this. Andy No is just discovering this and didn't bother to do the most basic bit of research to find out that this group is completely unaffiliated with what's going on with what happened with Bashback in America, which, by the way, had Andy read the things that I sent him back in May, had Andy read any of the things that I sent him back in May in private, very nicely, to inform him of this phenomenon, he would know that this group has no affiliation and no connection to the American group. No, Andy, they were not inspired by them. They are a completely separate thing. People might think I'm being pedantic, and people might think I'm taking it too far by like nitpicking on this point. But if Andy doesn't understand, you have got to understand this. If Andy does not understand stuff like this, then he has no clue what he's talking about when he comes to the queer Marxist activist left. He has, and he's claiming to be the expert. He's obviously writing some sort of book on Trantifa, claiming to be the fucking expert when he doesn't have a basic understanding of what this movement is. Does anyone else think that is a problem? Does anyone else think that the number one expert of the far left on the conservative right, allegedly, who is writing a book about this, obviously, who is telling his audience stuff every single day, does anyone think that it's a problem that he doesn't understand what he's talking about? And he refused to learn when he was given the information, and he refused to even look at it, and he dismissed it out of hand. One in the chat, if you think it is a problem that Andy No doesn't know the basics about the thing that he is supposedly teaching his audience about. 2 in the chat if you're just fine with Andy No misinforming his audience. 1 if you think it might be a problem that he doesn't know what he's talking about. 2, if you're totally fine with this situation and you think it's totally fine for him to be misinforming his audience. That's a lot of 1s in the chat. That's a lot of 1s in the chat. And this is the problem that I've had with Andy for months and months and months. This has always been an intellectual disagreement where he pretends to be an expert on something. He is not an expert on it. He's outsourcing his research to other people. He's nothing more than a figurehead at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not even the one writing his book. I wouldn't be surprised if he outsourced that to someone else as some sort of ghostwriter or something. He's just going to take credit for all their work. And the thing of it is I wouldn't actually care about Andy not knowing what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to this if he wasn't wrongly informing millions of people with this bullshit, which of course makes it harder for us to fight back. Now, will Andy No ever engage in an intellectual debate over this? Of course not. But I would love for him to prove me wrong. I would love for him to prove me wrong. So Andy, I wasn't planning on doing this today, but Andy, I'm going to do it today. I am officially challenging Andy No to a debate. I want to debate him on the queer Marxist left in America. We can call it Trantifa if he wants to. I want to debate him on the history of it, the evolution of it, their current organizing activities today. I want Andy to come and intellectually defend his ideas. No more of this bullshit where Andy No is telling his friends behind the scenes to send character attacks out about me to people's DMs because, yes, Andy, I know that's happening. No more of this bullshit where Andy No takes clips of me out of context yelling to make it look like I'm a leftist crazy person when he damn well knows that I've gone undercover more with Antifa than he has. No more of this character assassination bullshit. I am challenging Andy No to an intellectual debate on this specific topic of queer Marxism and far left queer militant activism in the United States today. I will come with video clips. I will come with primary source documentation. And I want Andy to come with whatever research his assistant does for him. And I want him to prove his bona fides because he is misinforming millions of people about something that is going on that is actively very violent and very dangerous. And I don't know, guys, I have this crazy idea that the public deserves the truth. The public deserves the truth. Not a bullshit narrative by someone who does not understand what he's talking about and is only interested in maintaining his status so he can sell more books. He should have to defend his ideas intellectually. Andy No has never defended his ideas intellectually because no one dared challenge him to a debate. Well, Andy, I'm not afraid of you. I have all the primary source data. I'm writing a book on the evolution of queer Marxism. I understand the whole development of it. Andy No told Jan Jekielek with American Thought Leaders that this stuff all started in 2019. Remember that? Remember we watched Andy's American Thought Leaders interview and he told Jan Jekielek that all of this stuff started in 2019? No. Wrong. It started in the 50s, Andy. It started in the 50s. And it evolved over time, over the course of decades, to be what it is today. Andy doesn't understand the history of any of this. He doesn't understand the influences of this movement. And he is lying to millions of people about what is going on. And he should have to defend his ideas. And I don't care that Andy No got a milkshake thrown on him. Okay, that's not true. I do care. What happened to Andy No was horrific. What happened to Andy No shouldn't happen to anyone. So I'm not saying I don't care in that I don't care for his safety. I'm glad Andy No is safe, and what happened to him was atrocious. I will never take away his past work. But when I say I don't care, what I mean is Andy No shouldn't be able to rest on that for the rest of his life and avoid intellectual conversations about his ideas by saying, but they attacked me. Yes, they attacked you. They did, and it was wrong. But you don't get to say they attacked me forever when someone is engaging in an intellectual discussion about the ideas. You have to come to the table and prove you know what the fuck you're talking about and prove you've done more than just be the guy that got a milkshake thrown on him 8 fucking years ago. He has never had to defend his ideas intellectually. And this is why he gets away with lying to millions and millions and millions of people every day, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So, gauntlet thrown, Andy. And actually, what I would like to do you guys want to play along? Do you guys want to play a game? Do you guys want to play a game? I want everyone to go into the replies of Andy No's tweet, and I want you to tag him, and I want you to say, debate Karlyn, okay? Or something like that. You guys can wordsmith it. I'm putting the tweet in the chat right now. Hang on. I want everyone to go and tell Andy that it's time to debate me, bro, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And also, while you guys are there, actually another thing that you could do, if you don't want to do that, ask Andy why he hasn't shared this document yet. This is the next link I'm putting in is the link to the Be Queer, Do Terrorism document. Ask Andy why he hasn't shared that yet. Ask Andy why he hasn't covered that yet. Tell him it's time to come to the debate table and defend his ideas intellectually. And if he can't do that, then the public deserves to know. And Mason, you obviously don't understand what's going on here, so I'm going to fill you in. With all due respect, he will not debate you. That's part of the point, bro. Whether Andy No debates me or whether he doesn't, the outcome is fine with me either way. Because if Andy refuses to have an intellectual debate about his ideas, I'm sorry. My bona fides are not in question on this topic. I know more about this topic than any other person on the internet, and I will defend my ideas intellectually against anyone any single day of the week. I am writing multiple books about this topic. I have gone undercover far more times than Andy or anyone that Andy fucking knows ever did. I have been embedded in this subculture for years. I have an extensive archive of their materials, which we're going to be adding to today. I'm not just some person off the street here, and everyone knows it. So if Andy can't sit across the table from me and debate his ideas and present primary source evidence to support what he believes, then people need to know that he is unwilling to do that. So if Andy doesn't want to debate me, that's fine. He is proving that he is incapable of intellectually defending his ideas. I am not an unworthy debate opponent. My work has been seen by tens of millions of people, maybe even into the 100 millions at this point. I don't even know. I educate hundreds of thousands of people a month about the far left. There is no one who is doing more to infiltrate and record these assholes than I am. This is all documented on the internet. Andy should be a journalist and step up and defend his fucking ideas. And if he can't, then he needs to go away. Just like with James Lindsay. My disagreement with Andy No is no different than my disagreement with James Lindsay. Either stop lying to your fucking audience, tell the truth, or shut the fuck up. Honestly, that's how I feel about it. Either tell the truth. Oh, I'm no Andy? Oh, let's just see here. How many times have you been on my channel? Guess what, guys? Guess what? This person has never been here before. Hey, Crusader. If I'm no Andy No, then Andy No should have no problem debating me, should he? If I'm no Andy No, and Andy would just wipe the floor with me and it wouldn't even be close, then he should have absolutely no problem defending his ideas intellectually. Don't you think? Don't you think? So, tell Andy No that it's time to put up or shut up. Tell him he doesn't know what the fuck is going on with Bashback or the queer Marxist far left. I'm putting the link to the tweet in the chat. I expect to see a whole bunch of replies because he isn't going to do this without public pressure. Yeah, or Andy, you could just write an article. That's actually a great idea. That's a great idea. Andy, if you're too much of a chicken shit coward to sit across the table and debate me based on the merits of the intellectual argument, write an article, bro. Write an article. I'll read your article and respond to it. And then you can write another article. And then I'll read your article and respond to it. And we'll see. Well, Andy, if that's the way you want to play it, I am perfectly fine with that solution. You can get your assistant or whoever's doing your research to write some sort of article for you. Their research isn't going to be as good as mine, as evidenced by the fact that they didn't even go on the fucking Bashback website when they were researching this topic. And if they had, they would have found that has nothing to do with the US at all. Andy could get his research assistant to do it, and then we respond. And we'll see how that goes. So he's got a couple choices now. He can decide what he wants to do. And now we're going to be in his replies all the time until he acquiesces and bends the knee to me. You know, last time we did this, James Lindsay went insane. So how long do you think before Andy responds? Yeah, Andy could lay out, Andy could have his research assistant who does all his research for him, lay out all of his talking points and he can put his name on them. He can have time to check it with ChatGPT. He can have time to AI all that shit. They can get their best argument. They can cheat. It's like an open book test. But the thing of it is like, if you don't know this information, you don't know it. So I'm not actually worried about the ChatGPT thing. If you don't know this information, you don't know it. Because ChatGPT doesn't even know a lot of this stuff. Like, you have to be in the subculture to actually understand it. And I've been in the subculture for years now. And Andy hasn't. Because he's been living in London. Not doing journalism. Doing Twitter journalism. Not real journalism. Twitter journalism. Yeah, Andy could have an assistant in his ear, just like Enrique Tarrio did when I embarrassed him on his own show. Yep, that could be. Yeah, I think it would actually be very interesting for Andy to write an essay about this because I feel like we would be able to completely debunk him on an open book test. And that'd be great too. Andy, that's just fine with me. That is just fine with me. And in the meantime, what we're going to do on my channel, well, Andy is dicking around and pretending all this stuff started in strike that, reverse it. Well, Andy is dicking around and pretending all this stuff started in 2019. We're going back. We are going back. Alex over on Rumble says, correct. She's no Andy. She's not a shitty person who steals people's work and lies for personal gain. Exactly. Guys, we have 3 short documentaries that we're going to be watching today. One of them we've already seen before, but there are enough new people on the channel that I thought some of the new people might enjoy it. Also, I want to watch it again. Yeah, the one with Dean Spade when Dean Spade was like 19 years old. That's I have that third. Okay, we have 3 documentaries we're gonna watch. They are all from an archive called Paper Tiger that archived just a bunch of like this public access stuff, like back from like the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, and it's so good. So we've got here, guys, we're not covering the protests in Dearborn, we're covering this. We've got Transformer AIDS. In the end of his second term, Ronald Reagan finally addressed the issue of AIDS, or did he? This is about the ACT UP movement, which Andy No, like honestly, unironically, Andy No would actually get a lot out of this episode today if he removed his head from his ass to watch it, because this is going to be about the ACT UP movement, which was the precursor to the Bashback movement. It was like one of the first militant queer activism movements. And so this is going to be something that came out at the time that was directly related to the ACT UP movement. And this to me looks like it came out like in this was in 1988. Look at this. 1988. Okay? Then number 2, we have this one. This one came out in 1994, The Power and the Pride. And this is all about like the 25th anniversary of Stonewall, which was one of the first big kickoffs of the gay liberation movement or the queer liberation movement. And look at this. Look at this. Stonewall was a riot. They're being pretty clear about that. They're being pretty clear. 1994. And then the last one, I think we decided that this was filmed in 1999, but it didn't come out that year. It came out a couple years later. This one is a trip. We've watched this one before. If you didn't watch this one with us last time, you have got to watch this one because this is insane. This is about queer radicals responding to gay assimilation in the late 90s. So you know how I've told you guys queer is an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist ideology. And that's been true. And it started splintering away from the normie gay rights movement in like the late 80s, early 90s. Queers Read This, which came out in 1990, was like the really big, it was what kind of like really caused the schism to like break apart. This is a documentary that was filmed in the late 90s about queer radicalization and explicitly saying they are different than gay assimilationists who are the normie, Democrat, liberal, gay rights activists. 1999. Okay? So I'm going to be doing what Andy No should be doing if he was being responsible. And I'm actually going to educate people about what was going on back then and how all of this ideology came about. And it's really fascinating and we're going to have a good time. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to watch these documentaries and we're going to talk about it. Couple quick things before we get started. Number 1, please make sure you head over to my Substack and subscribe. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. Unlike Andy No, who is funded by the post-millennial and God knows who else, I am completely independently funded. Therefore, I have no political masters. I have no political narrative. My only job is to show up and to show you guys the receipts and to tell you the truth and to give you the primary source evidence so you can decide for yourself what you think. I work for you. I do not work for any political organization. And so if you want to keep me in business, feel free to throw in the hat on Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year. Also, if you feel like just tipping me $5 right now in the form of a super chat, like $5 at the door, that'd be pretty great. I kind of like this tradition. It's like a cover charge. You're coming into a class here. I've got some good content for you. I'm going to be breaking it down. We're going to be talking about it. You know, throw a couple bucks into the hat. Why don't you? That'd be pretty great. You could do that as well. Also, I am posting chapters that I'm working on for one of my books called Re-Education, the Definitive Anti-Communist Guide to Decoding the Left. This is over on the Red Menace Collective Substack. This is a completely different Substack than my main Substack, guys. Do not get these confused. If you sign up for one, you do not sign up for the other, okay? This is where I post all of my book writing. essentially. And for members of the Red Menace Collective, they get access to draft chapters as I'm writing them. So you guys can see what I'm thinking about. You guys can see what's coming next in the book. Sometimes I post book notes and things, just like timelines and information and drafts and outlines and things like that. So you guys can get access directly to what I'm working on right now. And of course, it's going to get released on here way before it becomes an actual book. So you guys actually get to read the book ahead of time. You guys get to read things that may never wind up in the book, depending on the editing process and stuff like that. This is redmenacecollective.substack.com. And I've been really cranking on the re-education book, and I feel like I'm in a much better place than I was last time I was really had my head down on it. And I feel like the writing is much better, and it just apparently needed a break because the writing is much better now. And I have a much better vision for what I want it to be than I did like a year ago, which I think is really, really, really cool. So if you want to check that out, that is redmenacecollective.substack.com. All right, let's go to our show, shall we? Let's go to our show. We're going to start today with this documentary. It is called Transformer AIDS. It came out in 1988. Thank you, Chicago Unlimited. I appreciate that. That's awesome. At the end of his second term, Ronald Reagan finally addressed the issue of AIDS, or did he? Certainly not without the homophobia, insensitivity, and blatant lack of knowledge which plagues the whole of the government around such issues. Transformer AIDS looks at the governmental response to AIDS at a crucial point in history when activism forced the issue into the public agenda, activism being the ACT UP movement, a sarcastically funny yet poignant critique, engineered and spearheaded by Bob. Thank you, Malcolm, for the cover charge. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tolkien fan, for that. What are you putting in the chat, Master Shake? I'm rather scared what Master Shake is putting in the chat. Hang on. This audio production was... Okay. I got it, Master Shake. Fine. Hang on a second. I just need to fix the sound on here. All right, guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We are doing a throwback and watching some documentaries from the late 80s and the early 90s so we can see how fucked up shit was already back then. And let's get this party started.
Little girl, rouge and coloring, incense and ice, perfume and kisses, ooh, it's all so nice. You're a slick little girl. You're such a
I need to make my hair bigger
girl.
again. Need to make my hair 80s hair.
Now
There we go.
coming out,
There we go. Look at that.
out of our closets,
That's what you just said.
out on the streets. Yeah, we're coming out.
Hi. Just a minute. Oops, my apologies to the International Banana Association. What we're going to do here today is take a real good look at the speech that President Ronald Reagan delivered at the Foundation Awards dinner of AMFAR in October of 1987. AMFAR is the American Foundation for AIDS
1987.
Research. Now, it's important to look at this speech because it both reflects and informs a larger cultural perception of the virus in this country. It's also important to look at this speech because this speech represents the first public address that President Reagan has given on the epidemic, and we're already 6 years into it. By this time, 36,000 people had been diagnosed with the virus, and 20,000 people had died. Now, given the urgency of this situation, the deaths of so many people, and the imminent deaths of so many more, how could the President of the United States maintain his silence for so long? Well, the answer is obvious. In this country, the lives of gay people, of the poor, of women, of blacks, Latinos, doesn't matter. What's in operation here?
What does that sound like? Guys, what does that sound like? In this country, the lives of gay people, of black people, of Latinos, of immigrants, they just don't matter. What does that sound like to you? What does that sound like? What does it sound like? Pop quiz in the chat. In this country, the lives of gay people, immigrants, black people, Latinos, they don't matter. What does that sound like? Be serious. Listen again.
The answer is obvious. In this country, the lives of gay people, of the poor, of women, of blacks, Latinos, doesn't matter.
The lives of gay people, the poor, women, blacks, and Latinos, they don't matter. What does that sound like to you? What does that sound like? This is 1988. That sounds like critical theory, doesn't it? That sounds like critical theory. That sounds like intersectionality. That sounds like they're all competing for oppression already. It sounds like saying the United States is a systemically oppressive system, right? They're all oppressed by capitalism. That's right. Exactly. 1987, 1988.
What's in operation here is an existing notion of the other. Well, what's the other? Well, according to Simone de Beauvoir in her book, The Second Sex, the other is constructed in its relationship to the one, the essential one, the subject. Well, who's the essential one in our culture? In our culture, the essential one is generally white, Christian, heterosexual, male, and middle class.
Wow, that sounds like normativity to me.
Now, in light of that privileged position of the
privilege,
the other is rendered inessential, an object, and important only in its opposition to the one. Now,
look at the one, white het male. Holy shit. Remember, guys, Andy No told us in that interview with Jan Jekielek that none of this started until 2019. Just remember this. Andy No's position is that this shit didn't start until 2019, and you're watching a documentary from 1988 that literally has it in the middle of the screen right now.
Inessential, an object, and important only in its opposition to the one. Now, President Ronald Reagan was betting on this existing notion of the other in our culture in maintaining his silence on the epidemic. In other words, President Ronald Reagan, his administration, and for the most part the press, were betting on the pervasive racism, homophobia, misogyny, and neglect of the poor in maintaining a silence on an epidemic that has to date killed about 50,000 people.
This was all the ACT UP
Thank you,
movement.
Bobby. Dr. Silverman, Elizabeth, Don Ross, award winners, ladies and gentlemen. I hope Elizabeth won't mind, but some years ago,
that's the ACT UP movement. This is an advertisement from the ACT UP movement explicitly, where they were trying to say that Ronald Reagan has blood on his hands because of the AIDS epidemic.
A television show, General Electric Theater. Part of my work required visiting the General.
Okay, let's take a look at the speech. Ronald Reagan gets up to the podium at the awards dinner, and the first thing he does is greet his hosts and those sitting at his table. And that group of people includes Dr. Mervyn Silverman, the president of AMFAR, Donald Ross, the chairman of the board of the New York Life Insurance Company, and Elizabeth Taylor, who is the national chairwoman of AMFAR. Now, Elizabeth Taylor acquired her position at AMFAR in an interesting way.
Hang on. We obviously have to do some definitions because, Tiffany, I'm very sorry, my dear, you don't understand what you're talking about. When they say white, heterosexual, and male in this case, they're not talking about straight white men. And I know this might seem bizarre, but you have to remember you are watching queer theory right now. He's not speaking English. This is queer theory. Okay, I'm gonna get to those super chats in a sec, guys. Thank you for that. So when they say white, that is a reference to capitalism. It's a reference to systemic racism. It's a reference to property ownership. It's a reference to the people who hold the power structure. It is not a reference to skin color. It is a reference to the system that enables some people to have more private property than other people. When they say heterosexual, they don't actually mean a man and a woman. They mean it's more like they're walking the path of the straight and narrow. They are in the capitalist nuclear family monogamous marriage relationship. So this is not a reference to to like it's not a reference to all straight people. It's a reference to again like the normative system that upholds the nuclear family, that upholds capitalist normative values. The language in this case would get massaged in the intervening years because this was still the 80s, so their language is not as honed as it is now, but that's what they're referring to. And in fact, gay people who were in a monogamous relationship and who just wanted to get married, they were considered to be the enemy. So this is not about like one man and one woman. This is about two people in a monogamous two-person relationship who are not undermining normative capitalist values, who just want to have a nuclear family. When they say male, they're talking about the patriarchy. Again, this is a reference to the patriarchy. It's a reference to the system. It's not a reference to individual white men. It is a reference to the system. Does everyone understand what I just said? Because for new people, this really might not make sense. But when you understand queer theory and you understand queer Marxism, and what we're getting in this documentary is very early queer Marxism, so they're still figuring out how to talk about it at this point. Is anyone confused? This is not about straight white men being victimized. That's not what it's about. It's about the oppressor class versus the oppressed. It's about separating people into two different groups, the haves and the have-nots, so they can talk about basically class warfare and stuff like that. No one needs to give anyone permission to change language. You don't need you don't own the language. I don't own the language. The language is owned by the people who are speaking. The language is owned by the people who are expressive. If you guys, as conservatives has for years, refuse to talk and refuse to express your ideas and refuse to write books and refuse to create culture, do you think that other people aren't going to do it just because you're refusing to do it? The language and the culture is controlled by the people who are expressing their ideas. They don't need your permission.
Working at UCLA by the name of Dr. Gottlieb. Now, Dr. Gottlieb was doing some of the earliest investigations on the virus, but his superiors didn't believe that studying a virus that was connected to a largely homosexual and IV drug-using community was the proper stuff of an academic career.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really great analogy for people who don't understand the language game that's being played. It's like when we call someone retarded, but we're not saying they have Down syndrome. We're not saying they're developmentally disabled. We're saying you're being fucking stupid. Cut that shit out. Or you say, I'm retarded. You're saying, oh, I did something really stupid. You're not saying you have Down syndrome. You're not saying you're intellectually disabled. You're saying, well, that was dumb and maybe I shouldn't have done that. Like I'm gonna try to do something. Like you're acknowledging the stupidity of whatever you just did. This is a really great analogy because it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't understand the language of the left, you're taking it too literally when they're not meaning it literally. Just like to say I'm retarded, if we were to take that literally, that would mean I have Down syndrome or I'm intellectually disabled. It's like when we call someone or intellectually you know what I mean? Anyway, it's like calling someone fake and gay. It's like you're not actually saying they're gay. You're not actually saying they're gay. You're not actually saying they have Down syndrome when you say they're retarded. You're using a colloquialism that you understand because it's part of your subculture. Nope, the rest of us aren't using the normal dictionary. You seem to think, no, that's not true. You have an expectation for what you want to hear. That does not mean that everyone else agrees with you. If you are not being expressive about your ideas, then the language is going to change around you. And I'm sorry, but kicking and screaming and saying, I don't like it, it's not fair, that doesn't actually solve the problem. Saying, but the dictionary says, they control the fucking dictionary. Are you serious? The left literally changes the dictionary all the fucking time. And again, they don't need your permission to do it.
So Dr. Gottlieb was eventually pushed out of his position at UCLA. He opened up his own practice and his own research. And one of his most famous patients was Rock Hudson. Now, when Rock Hudson passed away, he left to Dr. Gottlieb a $250,000 grant toward opening up a foundation
I
for
want a
AIDS research.
$250,000
Now, Dr.
grant.
Gottlieb knew that if he wanted this
pretty
foundation
great.
to get the national press attention that it deserved to get it rolling, that it had to have a star quality. And that's when he asked Elizabeth Taylor. And of course, Elizabeth Taylor gives it that star quality. Okay, one of the next things that Ronald Reagan does is grease the crowd a little bit. He tells a little joke like any good politician. And the joke goes as follows.
But you know, fundraisers always remind me of one of my favorite but most well-worn stories. I've been telling it for years, so if you've heard it, please indulge me. As a man had just been elected chairman of his community's annual charity drive, and he went over all the records, and he noticed something about one individual in town, a very wealthy man. And so he paid a call on him, introduced himself as to what he was doing, and said, "Well, our records show that you've never contributed to anything to our charity." And the man said, "Well, do your records show that I also have a brother who, as the result of a disabling accident, is permanently disabled and cannot provide for himself? Do your records show that I have an invalid mother and a widowed sister with several small children and no father to support them?"
Hang on. Rocket, do not do this conservative, "I'm taking my toys and going home. You are mean to me and I didn't like, and so I'm just not going to talk." This is literally what you're doing right now. It's okay. I'm just not going to talk anymore. All right. Do you understand how passive and aggressive and annoying that is? I've taken the time to try to explain a concept to you. I've taken the time to stop the stream because you were getting something wrong, because you were in your feelings about something, and to break it down painstakingly for you so that you are given the opportunity to understand why you are wrong. And your response is to cross your arms and going, "Well, I guess I just won't talk anymore then." The conservatives do this passive aggressive bullshit all the time, and it's fucking infuriating, because to me it tells me that you are not really listening and you are not really participating in this, and that you only want your ideas reinforced. And I'm sorry, my dear, that is not what we do here. That is not what we do. We go where the evidence tells us. We look at the primary source evidence. This is not about your fucking feelings. This is not about being fair. This is not about living in a world where everyone gets a fucking pony and everyone gets the job they want and everyone gets to be a rock star or a professional athlete. That is not the world that we live in. It's time to hinge into reality and understand what's going on. And you can see in the chat right now that when you do this passive aggressive shit, you're not just annoying me, you're annoying everyone else here. So show up, be participatory, or don't. But do not do this passive aggressive bullshit ever again. It's fucking annoying.
And the chairman, a little abashed and embarrassed, said, "Well, no, our records don't show that." The man said, "Well, I don't give anything to them. Why should I give something to you?"
That's supposed to be funny? What's really frightening about that joke is that in light of the conservative platform to get big government off people's back and promoting things like charity and volunteerism, here Reagan reveals very strongly what he thinks of charity and volunteerism. Okay, after President Reagan greets his audience and tells his little joke, the next thing that he does in his speech is acknowledge the presence of Surgeon General C. Everett Koop in the audience, who is one of the recipients of the awards here at this dinner. Now, he says about Surgeon General Koop, he's an honest man, a good doctor, and an advocate for the public health. Well, Surgeon General C. Everett Koop came into this administration because of his anti-abortion, pro-life platform. And his nomination was heatedly contested by feminists, liberals, and gays and lesbians across the country. In fact, it took him 5 years into the epidemic to say anything, and his silence was very much a part of the marginalizing effect of those affected by the virus. When he did come out and speak on it, he tried to approach it on purely public health terms. And without a moral agenda. He advocated the use of condoms. He said he was adamantly against mandatory testing, saying that it would chase away those most in need of treatment, which he was right. And he was also advocating the very early education of all U.S. citizens on the epidemic and how to protect themselves from it. Now, of course, this sent some conservatives just into fits. And we had people like Phyllis Schlafly jumping up and down and doing a little conservative twist and saying they're giving condoms to 8-year-olds. Okay, all of this was after 5 years of at best obligatory reporting by the press, at worst sensationalistic and uneven. Let's take a good look at where the press was.
In October of 1982, cyanide was discovered in a batch of Tylenol capsules in a Chicago suburb.
Wow.
The event made front-page
going
news in
back.
all the leading news publications, such as Time, Newsweek, the New York Times, and U.S. News and World Report. A total of 7 people had died in this incident. According to the Periodical Literature Index, a total of 9 articles had been written on the AIDS epidemic between June of 1981 and February of 1983. The New York Times had written 6 articles on the virus, none of which had made front-page news. By October 1982, 634 Americans were diagnosed with the virus and 260 were dead. Only on the threat of the epidemic spreading into the general population did the press begin to take notice. Rather than a clear examination of the complexities surrounding the epidemic, the mainstream news organs have towed the line of existing prejudices and the reinforcement of cultural myths about those affected by the virus.
Okay, in paragraph 4 of President Ronald Reagan's speech, he says, "Those of us in government can educate our citizens about the dangers. We can encourage safe behavior. We can test to determine how widespread the virus is.
Hang
We
on.
can
So Seeker over on Twitter asks, like, what's up with the tap dancing? Don't worry about the tap dancing. Tap dancing is not actually important here. Don't worry about it, Seeker. Don't worry about it. So what I want people to get from this is, remember, this documentary is specifically within the ACT UP movement. They haven't said the words ACT UP movement yet because the ACT UP movement was still kind of, I don't recall what year the ACT UP movement actually got branded. It's just a weird, stupid 80s thing. The 80s were weird, okay? That's what it is. It's a weird, stupid 80s thing. And so I don't recall exactly when the ACT UP movement got branded as ACT UP, but they've already used ACT UP propaganda in this documentary. So you have to think of this as like, this was like a report. They were doing this AIDS activism in the 80s because they were trying to get Ronald Reagan's attention to get him to say the word AIDS. And this is a report out to their audience of, here's the type of media coverage we've gotten. Here is the type of results that we've gotten with this like activism or whatever.
do any number of things, but only medical science can ever truly defeat AIDS. Okay, in light of Reagan's conduct throughout this epidemic, this whole passage has a lot of problems. What I'd like to deal with right now is just his last statement where he says, but only medical science can ever truly defeat AIDS.
It is important to remember that the medical profession has, working hand in hand with the status quo comprised of white, upper-class men, defined and shaped the medical concepts and practices surrounding women, racial minorities, and lesbians and gays.
There it is. There it is.
During the 18th century, doctors were
This is where the triangle comes from. Hang on.
And lesbians.
That's where the triangle comes from. That's where the triangle comes from as the symbol for like the ACT UP movement, and then later for queer Marxism in general. It comes from World War II when they had to wear an upside down triangle in the concentration camps if they were gay. And that's the other thing we found out too. We were wondering when the triangle got turned right side up or upside down. The triangle was always upside down. And then the ACT UP movement turned the triangle right side up for some reason, and I don't exactly know why. And then it got turned upside down again when it started to persist more. So like if you see a pink triangle, whether or not it's upside down or right side up, It just depends on what year we're talking about more than anything. If you're in the 80s, it might be more right side up, but if you get into like the 90s and the 2000s, you're more likely to see it like upside down.
Lesbians and gays. During the 18th century, doctors were available primarily for the wealthy and relied upon them for their livelihood. The wealthy, of course, were often above the stigma of illness as signs of moral decay or immoral habits. Conversely, the poor were viewed as a population not of a disenfranchised character, but rather poverty was seen as the punishment for racial and or cultural differences. Sloth, vice, and poor living conditions were viewed as the causes, not the results of poverty. Before the discovery of germs and viruses, people used to be thought ill by the force of God. Illness could relegate who was inherently good and who was apparently evil. The binary systems of difference,
Binary.
sick, healthy, good, evil, also encompass the notions of natural and unnatural, guilt and innocence, agents and victims. Social and religious institutions were, and still are, effective promoters of this conflated notion of illness, utilizing it to enforce social codes, reinforce the fear of foreigners, the marginalization of women, the practices of racism, and the hatred of gays and lesbians.
Oh!
The last 20 years has been a period when
See,
the
there it is.
definitions of these
There it is.
largely
Look at this.
disenfranchised
Look at this. What do you see? What do you guys see? This is, again, this is ACT UP. What we're looking at right now is an ACT UP die-in. The reason I say that ACT UP was one of the first militant queer movements was because they did these stunts, like where they would lay down in the middle of the street and die, or they would go into a church and everyone would lay down and die. And you can see their gravestones right there. What do you see in the background? Silence equals death with the fucking triangle. Exactly. You see? Like, once you start seeing this stuff show up, this was in the fucking 80s.
Populations are being arrested from the systems of hegemony perpetuated by both the medical community and the patriarchal system that supports it.
Oh, the patriarchal
Part of the work
system?
of the women's movement, the civil rights movement, and the gay and lesbian movements have been to seriously question the authority of the medical establishment. With the advent of AIDS, these very populations are thrown back at the mercy of those who have in the past and continue to erroneously define them.
Oh my God. In the 80s, gays have acquired the moral stigma of disease that has long defined the marginalization and biased medical practices for blacks, the poor, and women. That sounds like intersectionality to me, doesn't it?
Okay, the overall message is that difference causes illness. Some of the original speculations around
The overall message is that difference causes illness. What is the difference caused by? Pop quiz. When they say the overall message is that difference causes illness, what is that difference caused by under this ideology? What is the difference caused by? It's caused by capitalism. Capitalism, the medical industrial complex, capitalism, the system that doesn't want to treat people with AIDS because it's too expensive, and so they just let him die instead. Capitalism, the U.S. government that isn't forcing research on the AIDS issue because Ronald Reagan is refusing to say the term AIDS, and therefore they can't even get research to try to push medicine through the system at this point. They blamed it all on capitalism. Nope, wrong answer, Malcolm. Wrong answer. You should know why, though. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it.
cause of HIV are indicative of this promotion of difference. For instance, that HIV is the result of a lifestyle that was illegal 20 years ago. One investigation proposed that the HIV virus was caused by the intake of semen from one man to another, which is absurd and revealing of both the mythical potency that some men believe about what comes out of their dicks, and it's another variation on the killer sperm theory. Also, the early acronyms designed to define the virus are indicative of this promotion of difference. You had GRID, which was gay-related immune deficiency. You had ACIDS, which was acquired community immune deficiency syndrome, and you had CADS, which was community acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Now, from a population that's affected by the virus, you might expect this kind of hysterical reaction. But in fact, just the opposite is true. From the very early days, the gay and lesbian populations banded together to try to fight a virus that everybody else was willing to ignore both its impact and those populations affected. And they create a whole plethora of crisis organizations and health organizations designed to fight the virus. One of the most important pieces of information that they've gotten out is the idea of safe sex practices. Now, safe sex practices offered us the option.
Hey, Matthew, thanks for the super chat. Been a member for 3 years and ain't been banned yet. You know, it's actually, like, contrary to popular belief, it's actually not hard to not get banned on my channel. Don't be a dick. No whining. Don't say retarded shit. Don't argue with me. And it's really that simple. Like,
options of exploring our sexualities in new and different ways, rather than buying into some old idea of monogamy or abstinence.
oh yeah? Monogamy?
And we learned to do that in every way, from condom use to sex via the telephone system.
So you notice there. So monogamy they consider to be a form of propertied relationship. So like the issue that they have with marriage is that it's a propertied relationship between two people where two people become the other's property. That's what they think of as monogamy. They think it's a norm that upholds capitalist society and capitalist cultural values through the nuclear family and blah blah blah. So what did he just say? Like, monogamy? We're not going to participate in monogamy. Because they're gay men and they want to fuck everything that moves. But the ideology is the same. It's like, we're not going to participate in this system. We'll wear condoms or whatever. But like, monogamy, it's like they're treating it like a dirty word, because even back then, remember guys, even back then, there was the queer liberationists, the radical queer Marxists did not want to get married. They didn't want gay marriage, even in the 80s. And so this was the schism that took place between the normie gays, the like liberal Democrat gays who just wanted gay marriage, and the queer Marxists, the radical queer Marxists, who are these people that we're watching in this documentary. They never wanted to get married because they believed that monogamy and marriage and family upholds capitalist norms. And so this was a schism that was already starting to break apart at this time period.
Out is the idea of safe sex practices. Now, safe sex practices offered us the options of exploring our sexualities in new and different ways, rather than buying into some old idea of monogamy or abstinence. And we learned to do that in every way, from condom use to sex via the telephone system. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Uh-huh. Here, wait a minute. I want them to hear that. Come here. Yeah, go ahead.
To some people, taking on the responsibility of safe sex practices overburdens a subject they already feel uncomfortable talking about. But talking about our sexualities will save us. The most important sexual organs we must understand reside not between our legs, but in our heads. Exploring new erogenous zones will allow us to maintain our identities and our sexualities in the face of the epidemic. Rather than being pushed back in the closet, we must take the necessary steps to save ourselves and the liberties we have fought for and won, to decide who we love and how we love.
Okay, bye-bye.
What the fuck?
Come up to my room, let's not pretend you're shy about it. Come up to my room, let's make amends, can't do without it.
This is so 80s. This is so 80s. I can't even stand it. Reagan's already watched this, of course she has.
AIDS was first seen in 1981 in New York and San Francisco.
Mm.
The medical establishment became aware of the virus because middle class and upper middle class
Stonewall.
gay men had access to medical care other disenfranchised communities did not.
Okay, listen to what they said. Listen to what it said. This was the AIDS crisis was a problem because middle class and upper class men had access to AIDS medicine that underserved communities didn't. So again, they're setting up this oppressor versus oppressed narrative. Some people have more wealth than other people, and they're the oppressors, whereas the oppressed don't have access to resources. They don't have access to healthcare. I mean, if we're really kind of like being specific about it, this is probably one of the first real fights for the idea of universal healthcare, or the idea that everyone should have access to all the medicine free on demand, because they're saying, listen, capitalism has created this thing where some people have access to the medicine and other people don't have access to the medicine, and that is an unfair system, and we are literally dying.
AIDS was first seen in 1981 in New York and San Francisco. The medical establishment became aware of the virus because middle class and upper middle class gay men had access to medical care other disenfranchised communities did not. Reports have suggested that the
Triangle
illness could be
again.
located as far back
Look
as
at
the
that.
early 70s in populations unrelated to the
Look
gay
at that.
communities.
When I tell you the symbol of queer activism is a fucking pink triangle, what I mean is the symbol of queer activism going back a long ass time is a fucking pink triangle. And this is how I know when someone is in the militant queer movement and when they are not. This is how I know the kid who shot Charlie Kirk was not a militant queer Marxist, because he wasn't using no fucking triangle. There was no fucking triangle. It was not like, and people are like, well, he had a triangle on his hat. No, he didn't. He had an Adidas hat on. No, he didn't. An Adidas hat is not a pink triangle in this context. All right. And so when they came out and they were like, there's this trans militant symbology on the murder weapon, I was like, okay, what is it? And it wasn't a triangle. And so I was like, nah, I mean, he may have leftist views, but like, he's not a queer militant, because this is a very specific thing that has been around for a very long time. They created a pink triangle on the fucking screen. Yeah, James Lindsay did a whole fucking ass podcast about this where he admitted he had no idea what the pink triangle was. Yep. Yes, he did.
Okay. In the latter part of paragraph 10, Reagan
Look at
says,
the pink. Hot
we know
pink.
some facts already, the cold statistics, but I'm not going to read you gruesome facts on how many thousands have died or most certainly will die. I'm not going to break down the numbers and categories of those we've lost, because I don't want Americans to think AIDS simply affects only certain groups. Well, on the surface, this might seem to have a certain amount of altruism to it. Yet if we look below the surface, we'll see that just the opposite is true. The current administration has shown a consistent and constant disregard for the lives of minorities, for blacks, women, Latinos, gays, lesbians, and the poor.
Intersectionality.
Could it be in part his desire not to break down the gruesome facts, not to break down the categories, is not to speak their names? Because to speak their names, gays, lesbians, blacks, Latinos, the poor, is to have to recognize them as legitimate populations important to the operation of this country. It's of paramount importance to realize that Reagan never once utters the word gay throughout his entire speech. For to speak their name, gays, would have to be to recognize them as legitimate populations in need of recognition. This is a perfect example how people's lives are negated and their experiences are completely forgotten through omission from the record.
The government issued AIDS pamphlet that went to everyone's mailbox, took 7 years to get there. The intention of the pamphlet is clear, simply to placate the larger population about the risk of acquiring HIV. Its message is patently anti-sex and promotes the institutions of marriage and monogamy.
Oh! No!
effort to placate and still instruct, it ignores...
Again, they're already they're like, they told us to get married and be this actually, you know what? Like, unironically, this might actually have been one of the things that solidified the anti-marriage stance of like the radical queer Marxists, because they were trying to do this AIDS protest, and they're like, these fuckers are telling us to get married. No, we don't want to get married. Like we want to fuck everything that moves. And so, like, unironically, it's like the strategy of the Reagan administration to be pushing monogamy and marriage as the solution to the AIDS crisis actually probably like pushed the splinter between the queer liberationists who didn't want to get married and assimilate to capitalist values, and the normie LGBT people who are like, we literally just want to get married. That's so funny.
AIDS pamphlet that went to everyone's mailbox took 7 years to get there. The intention of the pamphlet is clear, simply to placate the larger population about the risk of acquiring HIV. Its message is patently anti-sex and promotes the institutions of marriage and monogamy. In its effort to placate and still instruct, it ignores cultural differences and the need to address a variety of populations, both at risk and not at risk. After reading it, there are two probable responses. Either you wonder what all the hoopla has been about, or you still feel amazingly uninformed. The government-issued pamphlet denies the very real crises that have whelmed up around this epidemic: the crisis in representation, the crisis in our medical health care system, the crisis in civil rights, and the crisis of disenfranchised populations.
Is that Fauci?
This pamphlet...
Wait, is that actually fucking Fauci?
Issued pamphlet out...
Yo! That's Fauci. Good spot, guys. I missed it. That's Fauci in the fucking government AIDS pamphlet. Wow. No, I did know about this. I did know about it, but I wasn't expecting to see him show up in the government-funded AIDS pamphlet. See, I told you guys, man, watching these documentaries, it's so fucking wild. It's so wild to go back and watch this stuff now.
In it, there are two probable responses.
Wow! There he is.
Not at risk. After reading it, there are two probable responses.
Wow. That's crazy.
Either you wonder what all the hoopla has been about, or you still feel amazingly uninformed. The government-issued pamphlet denies the very real crises that have whelmed up around this epidemic: the crisis in representation, the crisis in our medical health care system, the crisis in civil rights, and the crisis of disenfranchised populations. This pamphlet speaks to everyone as if we were in these United States an undifferentiated community. In effect, it speaks to no one.
The J, the I, the M, the M, the Y, the J, the I, the M is Jimmy. It's Jimmy. The J, the I, the M, the M, the Y, the J, the I, the M is Jimmy. It's Jimmy. Here is a message to the super hoes. Just keep in mind, when Jimmy grows, it grows and grows and grows. So let it. But keep in mind about the epidemic. When Jimmy
act up right there.
But what do you do about all these diseases? Jimmy is Jimmy, no matter what. So take care of Jimmy, cause you know what's up. Cause now in winter, AIDS attacks. So run out and get your Jimmy hats. It costs so little for a pack of...
That's a zine.
Jimmy hats for the winter attack. Good for a present, great.
Wow.
Demonstrated by the Jungle Brothers. Protect your Jimmy and keep it fresh. They're Jimmy hats by KRS.
Policing AIDS, policing radical America. What's that? What's that? I want to find copies of this. There was a magazine called Radical America. Contesting families, the warnings. I want to know what this magazine is. I want copies of it.
Remember, you're never too bold. Jimmy is wearing a hat. Do me a favor, wear your hat.
But what happened when the experts, the state and the medical establishment, appropriated these ideas with the intentions of informing the general population? what happened when the state absorbed these practices, and the more important dissemination of the information of safe sex. Well, let's go back to Reagan's speech and see what he says in 14, 15, and 16 again. In 14, he says, education is critical to stopping the transmission of the disease. He's right there. In 15, he says, I hope that AIDS education or any aspect of sex education will not be value neutral. In 16, he says, as Surgeon General Koop has pointed out, if children are taught their own worth, we can expect them to treat themselves and others with greater respect. And whenever you have self-respect and mutual respect, you don't have drug abuse and sexual promiscuity, which of course are the two major causes of AIDS. First off, promiscuity does not cause AIDS. AIDS is caused by a virus known as HIV, which through risky behavior can be transmitted from one person to another, but that behavior does not cause AIDS. IV drug use does not cause AIDS. Homosexuality does not cause AIDS. And perpetuating a myth about monogamy is no guaranteed safety from AIDS.
A myth about monogamy.
Cut. Okay, this
Thanks,
would be
Reagan.
a good point to talk about lesbians and the AIDS epidemic.
Yo, so Reagan just sent me a link and she put it in the chat as well. So we're very lucky they've got a whole fucking archive of this magazine. Radical America magazine, a left-wing journal published in the U.S. 1967 through 1999. It was the official journal for Students for a Democratic Society. Yo, we should get all those issues downloaded. Is this archived? I mean, they're probably not going to take them down tomorrow or anything. Okay. We should try to archive as many of these as we can. Like, I want to go through all of these. I feel like this could be like a treasure trove of fucking information. We have to do that. We have to do that. That's going to be awesome. I really want to get into collecting a lot of this material. This is just as an aside, like one of the most expensive purchases I made on my West Coast trip was a whole bunch of old magazines from like the 70s that were communist magazines that average person and I found in like an old used bookstore. And we got a whole fucking pile of these things, like commie magazines called Liberation Magazine from the 70s. And they're all like $30 each or something like that. And I was like, I want to collect those and I want to put those in a museum someday and I want to study them and all that stuff.
By and large, the lesbian population is the most forgotten group in general, and specifically in relation to the virus. Though more often than not, their only recognition is by the violence perpetrated at the entire homosexual population, perceived as the causal agents and vectors of the disease. Even though lesbians are at risk, one would never know it if one read the mainstream publications. It raises a curious aspect of the epidemic that lesbians have been left uninformed or recognized relative to the virus. This raises a particularly insidious myth both about the disease and about lesbian sexuality. That the lack of a penis somehow circumscribes both their involvement and their risk potential.
A non-penis
It also denies the incredibly rich contributions that lesbians have given during the vicissitudes of this epidemic, their leadership as activists, and their intellectual efforts. Some of the most even-keeled, authoritative, informative, and altruistic literature has been written by such feminists, lesbians, and lesbian feminists as Cindy Patton, Evelyn Hammonds, and Ruth Rodriguez, including such publications as Radical America and Cindy Patton's very early political analysis of the epidemic, Sex and Germs, The Politics of AIDS. Along with this, it is extremely important to realize that those populations most devastated by the disease, the gay population, that their willingness and ability to change comes largely out of the diverse and rich gay liberation and feminist writings that have been produced in the last 20 years. It is out of these 20 years of investigations of ourselves and our sexualities that we were able to devise and implement with amazing clarity and expediency safe sex practices.
Yo, there it is again! Triangle. Act up. Action equals life. Silence equals death. Action equals life. There it is again. That's act up. I would kind of kill. Maybe I can find that t-shirt on eBay or something. That's a great t-shirt, actually.
In 1987, while Congress was debating a labor, health, and human services and education bill for $1 billion towards AIDS research and education, the Republican senator from North Carolina, Jesse Helms, inaugurated an amendment stipulating that, quote, none of the funds made available under this act to the Centers for Disease Control shall be used to provide AIDS education, information, or prevention materials and activities that promote or encourage, directly or indirectly, homosexual activities, unquote. The ramifications of this amendment are that those organizations
No. This isn't right. It's just one of those things where sometimes they used it upside down, sometimes they used it right side up. I understand what you're trying to do, and they're trying to not every some things have a reason, and some things are just. Keep in mind, this was an evolving ideology. This is an evolving subculture. They're perpetually changing, they're perpetually evolving, and it's just one of those things where sometimes the triangle is right side up and sometimes it's upside down. And I don't know that there's any rhyme or reason for it other than it was upside down in World War II, and then they turned it right side up for the ACT UP movement to try to reclaim it. But then there were some people who didn't want to turn it right side up, and they turned it upside down because they wanted to reclaim the triangle for World War II. It was probably something like that. Well, it's okay, but it's okay to ask the question because sometimes legitimately there is a reason why they do that. And so I want to encourage you, please, continue to ask the question because sometimes okay, Karlyn, what's this about? Is this just a weird thing that they're doing or is there actual purpose? Well, sometimes there's actually going to be a purpose to it. And sometimes it's going to be one of those things where it's there's no rhyme or reason for it. It's just the way it worked out because this is a decentralized movement and sometimes people do things differently.
Like the gay men's health crisis in New York City, which has provided the earliest and most effective education and community response to the epidemic to date, cannot receive funding because they will not refuse to encourage a gay lifestyle.
What did that say?
Cannot.
Chicago PWA. Something and not ashamed. I don't know what that says.
Receive funding because they will not refuse to encourage a gay lifestyle. That this population, the gay population, most affected to date by the virus, will not receive funding to promote the saving of lives. A similar bill was passed in England in June of 1988 that was designed to outlaw the promotion of homosexuality by local authority and prevent the teaching of homosexuality as a positive or present lifestyle. Yet the bill is extremely vague and its potential to be used to censor all aspects of homosexuality, i.e. gay theater, gay bookstores, gay literature, etc., is imminent. This is especially ironic and frightening given the predicament that Britain has laws preventing the importation of porn, where some of the most informed discussion of AIDS has been debated, in such magazines as The New York Native, The Advocate, etc., that British diplomats had to smuggle the material into the country to inform themselves on some of the most current debates. And it is especially ironic given that government's forceful propaganda campaign to alert the public to the risk of AIDS, which reads in part, AIDS, don't die of ignorance. And now, a year after the Helms Amendment, and a week after the AIDS March on Washington, in which the names quilt
Seize control.
Over 8,000 made by the surviving.
Look at what this says. It says, again, silence equals death. There you see that again. Seize control. They're talking about seizing control of the means of capitalism.
And now, a year after the Helms Amendment, and a week after the AIDS March on Washington, in which the names quilt was presented with over 8,000 panels.
They're going up against the police who are trying to oppress them.
And friends of those who have died of AIDS. Jesse Helms has threatened Congress again, and he's won. A major bill, 2 years in the making.
They're doing a die-in. Again, this was militant queer activism. This is what it used to look like.
Its final recess here in October. Helms, working off the silence from the White House and the threats of a few senators, has had stricken from the bill the rights to confidentiality. This effectively renders worthless the monies allocated for education, research, and testing, now that those populations most in need of the services will most likely be too frightened to come in for treatment or testing.
Silence equals death, the triangle again.
In response to the ACT UP protest in Rockville, Maryland, at the FDA, where activists called for faster government approval of AIDS treatment drugs and the availability of a full registry of those drugs being tested, the FDA officials responded that a full registry is impossible because federal law provides confidentiality laws protecting private corporations from being forced to reveal experimental products. We have to ask ourselves at this point, who has the right to confidentiality in this country? The individual apparently does not, while the corporation does.
Capitalism.
At the Candlelight March in Washington, D.C. on October 8, 1988, Cleve Jones, the executive director of the Names Quilt Project, stated to those of us present that, quote, history will record that in the latter part of the 20th century, a new and deadly virus emerged, and that the one nation on earth with the resources and institutions to respond to the epidemic failed to do so. History will also record that our nation's failure was based on prejudice, greed, and fear, not within the heartlands of America, but in the Oval Office and the halls of Congress, unquote. Bush is in the process now of formulating his own policies and strategies on AIDS. The Reagan-Bush administration has set a precedence that must not be continued. Bush has made very clear that he advocates testing and volunteerism. This has to be fought. The next 4 years must be a time to further apprehend the circumstances surrounding AIDS and the promotion of positive action.
Your face when sleeping is sublime.
That's it. That's it. That's documentary number 1.
And
what'd you guys think of that? Let me know in the chat. Was that crazy to watch? Remember, that was in 1988. And how many references to the fucking pink triangle and intersectionality and oppression and universal health care. Can you guys see and the queer militant die-ins and all this stuff where they're laying down in the middle of the street, they're taking over buildings. Do you guys see how this movement in the 80s led to what we have today? Does this make sense? For new people especially, isn't it crazy? Like, Andy No thinks this started in 2019. No mother effer. This was going on a long ass time. And it's like when you go back and you see it in hindsight, you're like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And we're not even done yet. We got 2 more documentaries to watch. And they're just going to keep getting more and more queer. Because remember, in the time period that these documentaries came out, the ideology was evolving. The ideology was mutating. And so you're going to see in the course of the next 2 documentaries, I'm betting, I know for the last one, but I'm betting for this next one too, you're going to start seeing more militancy. You're going to start seeing more of the language. You're going to start seeing more of the ideas refined. You're going to start to see some of the progress they made between 1988 and the next documentary, which is in 1994. So the documentary that we're going to watch next was 8 years after the documentary. No, 6 years. Can I do math? 6 years after the documentary that we just watched. Okay. So 6 years has gone by. And this is The Power and the Pride. Members of Lesbian Avengers and Stonewall Now discuss counter activities to the mainstream 25th anniversary celebration of Stonewall, a consumer-oriented, transphobic, and apolitical commemoration of the 1969 Stonewall riots. And so then you're going to get into the New York Dyke March. The Dyke March is super queer today. They talk specifically about ACT UP. They talk specifically about, look, they're using the term queers in support of political prisoners. So they're using the term queer as anti-assimilationist. I'm excited. You guys want to keep going? Let's keep going. Make sure you mount the like button for me if you'd be so kind. There, per usual, is a shocking disparity between the number of people who are watching and the number of people who mounted that like button. And if you guys want to throw in a super chat to, show your gratitude for me watching this stuff and breaking it down for all you guys and answering all your questions, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to do so. Yeah, see, this is pretty common. Independent Thought said, I didn't even know this was going on back then. Amazing what you learn when you sit down and listen, isn't it? It's amazing what changes the internet has made. We just thought the triangle was for homosexuality. Yep, it never was. It was always about queer. It was always about queer liberation.
Good. That means
See?
We're moving through the signal.
Stonewall was a riot.
Hello, live from.
So let me show you guys. Hang on. Do I have it sitting right here? Tell me I have it sitting right here. I do, I think. Yep, got it. So when I went to New York to go to the New York Anarchist Book Fair, I went to a bunch of queer bookstores and collectives in New York while I was there as well to look for like stuff to buy essentially. And so one of the things I got while I was in New York is this little book right here. Just a little history of queer activism. It's from a small press. You're not going to find this in many places outside of far left radical bookstores. Look what's on the cover. Stonewall was a riot against police brutality. This is something that was published this year. When was this published? Oh, no, I'm wrong. 2022. 2022. So this is 4 years old. Then we look at this. Where am I? There. Maybe there. There we go. Stonewall was a riot. So you're seeing the same language, the same themes that were used just a couple years ago for this book were also showing up. This is in the mid 90s. And so the idea behind Stonewall being a riot, Stonewall, so what they're doing is they're contrasting it to Pride. Okay. And what they're saying, what they're going to say, queer Marxists and queer liberationists, they don't like Pride because they believe that Pride parades or the whole idea of like a gay Pride thing, they believe it's become commercialized. They believe that capitalism is taking it over. And so they're saying, why the fuck are you guys having these Pride parades where everyone is singing and dancing? Stonewall was a riot. So that's what the saying comes from. They're trying to contrast it with, they're doing these pride parades and people are like, woo, and all this stuff. And it's very corporatized and capitalist. And, you know, the companies are selling all their rainbow stuff. They specifically call it rainbow capitalism. Exactly, average person, they call this rainbow capitalism. And so they're saying, this is not what we were fighting for. Stonewall was a riot against police brutality. And so again, this comes back to the splinter of the normie gay rights activists who just wanted to get married and the militant queers who were engaging in violent queer activism. Everyone get it? Yeah, see? Thanks, Tiffany. I do appreciate it. Well, just stick around. The craziness is still to come.
23rd Street, it's Paper Tiger. This is our first live interview show. And so we are here to talk about this week, the Gay Games Stonewall 25 and what different groups are doing as alternatives to those events. We have with us, say your names and who you're from.
My name's Julia and I'm from an organization called Stonewall Now.
I'm Lysander from the Lesbian Avengers.
And I'm Melanie and I'm also a Lesbian Avenger.
Great. So, very pleased to now let's talk about what your groups are doing this week, what you've done maybe.
Yes, this is correct. Rob says, I guess for them, if it's capitalist, it's necessarily assimilationist. Assimilationism means assimilating to capitalism. So it's assimilating to normative capitalist values, whereas queer liberations, queer militants, they do not assimilate to capitalist values. They don't assimilate to gender values. They don't assimilate to marriage. They don't serve in the military. They don't engage in monogamous partnerships in the nuclear family and all that stuff. So queer is an anti-assimilationist ideology, which means anti-capitalist. They're not going to assimilate to normativity, whereas normie gay rights people who just wanted to get married and who were marching in that pride parade were assimilationist because they were assimilating to capitalist norms.
I guess the events have started this past weekend. We'll continue through the whole week. Stonewall Now. What is Stonewall Now?
Exactly this.
Why did you form?
Okay. Stonewall Now is an organization. It's a coalition group, actually, and it was formed, as the name of it would suggest, just to provide an alternative for commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Stonewall riots. The people that joined Stonewall Now were people that were political and involved in various different kind of radical queer organizations
Queer.
that were frustrated with the kind of lack of politics or clear political focus of Stonewall 25, which is the sort of main umbrella organization that's organizing the mainstream.
So they wanted the celebration of this famous riot to have a specific political orientation, because to them, even in the early 90s, queer was not about being gay or trans. Queer was a political orientation. Listen to this again. They specifically use the word queer. So at this point, you have to assume they are regularly using the term queer, and they were doing this before, but like they're using the term queer to mean a political ideology, an anti-assimilationist political ideology that is militant in its demands.
Political and involved in various different kind of radical queer organizations that were frustrated with the kind of lack of politics or clear political focus of Stonewall 25, which is the sort of main umbrella organization that's organizing the mainstream Stonewall 25th anniversary events, and that are doing the March on the UN on Sunday. And a bunch of sort of grassroots queers got together, people from the QUIS, which is Queers United in Support of Political Prisoners, people from ACT UP, people from Love and Rage, which is an anarchist federation in New York.
Anarchists!
People from, what other groups? Oh, the International Socialist Organization, and some others just sort of like anti-authoritarian or radical queer.
You're telling me the International Socialist Organization was involved with the radical queers in New York City? You don't say. You don't say. Pop quiz for the chat. What is the International Socialist Organization known as today? This might be a little abstract. People might not know this. The International Socialist Organization dissolved as an organization in like the late 20 teens or something like that. But they evolved into a new organization that you damn well have heard the name of. What is the organization that you've all heard the name of that is carrying on the International Socialist Organization today? Not the DSA. Good guess, though. Not the DSA. Not CPUSA. Good guess. But CPUSA isn't really relevant. It's not a political party. It's not a political party. It's not the Jews, Amalek. No. Well, actually, well, maybe. Yo, Nick got it! Haymarket Books. Haymarket Books, the largest socialist book publisher in the United States, the organization where they just hosted a whole fucking training or presentation about how awful I am. The same people who were whining and complaining about Tom Alter getting fired from his Texas state job, Haymarket Books, they formed out of the International Socialist Organization. So here's what happened. And we watched documentaries about this before. So the International Socialist Organization, I think it was round about like 2017, 2018, something like that. They had a massive sex scandal. They had a Me Too scandal with it was during the Me Too movement. So they had a Me Too scandal in the International Socialist Organization, and it basically completely fucked the leadership, and the whole thing, like the membership was turning against the leadership, and they all dissolved. But after the International Socialist Organization dissolved as like an organization, they became Haymarket Books. The same people who are running Haymarket Books were the International Socialist Organization. Also, the Denver Communists come from the tradition of the International Socialist Organization. The Firebrand Collective, the people who Tom Alter was working with, that Texas State professor, the people who put on the Revolutionary Socialist Conference, they also come from the tradition of the International Socialist Organization. And we know this because there are talks on their YouTube channel about it. Isn't that crazy? So the ISO was working with the queer militants back in the early fucking 90s.
Grassroots queers got together, people from the QUIS, which is Queers United in Support of Political Prisoners, people from ACT UP, people from Love and Rage, which is an anarchist federation in New York, people from, what other groups? Oh, the International Socialist Organization, and some others just sort of like anti-authoritarian or radical queers, wanted to have a way of commemorating Stonewall that was more in the spirit of its original sort of radical and rebellious spirit, which was the riots originally were, and wanted to be true to that, both because they
And by the way, they've got the International Dyke March behind them, their logo or whatever. Do you guys remember when Victor and I randomly ran into a queer festival on the Boston Common back in June? And I randomly ran into Antifa on the Boston Common and took all their fucking propaganda. But Victor and I weren't even expecting to. We just ran into this big festival, and then all of a sudden we're surrounded by men wearing dresses and stuff like that. That was hosted by the Boston Dyke March. The Boston Dyke March was the queer festival on the Boston Common. No, Mason. No. Nope. No. I know why you think that, but what you're doing, Mason, is you're trying to dunk on the libs right now, and you don't get points with me for dunking on the libs. They are allowed to use capitalism to advance their revolution. So what you're telling me, Mason, is that and Chad, I'm surprised to see you laughing at this, because it's actually kind of like a dumb owning the libs bullshit thing that I really kind of detest. Mason, what you're telling me is you never read the Communist Manifesto, because the Communist Manifesto explicitly allows them to engage in capitalism as long as they're fighting for the revolution. Book publishing is a key part of far left activism. I've told you guys this time and time and time again. The far left has dozens of specific socialist book publishers who pump books out into the ecosystem. The left publishes far more books than the right does, which means the left is expressing far more of their ideas than the right is. So you think you're dumping on the libs right now because you're like, they're being capitalists, haha, too bad, so sad. But what you're actually doing is you're telling me you don't understand how the left controls the culture. You're telling me you don't understand. Book publishing is a key part of what they do. The books they publish go into colleges and universities, they go into libraries, they go into K through 12 schools. They are using capitalism to advance their revolution, which is explicitly allowed in the Communist Manifesto. I don't mean to make you feel dumb or anything, bro, but I've repeatedly warned people not to dunk on the libs in my chat because you're usually just telling me you don't understand. Let me know if you have questions.
Thought that the decision that Stonewall 25 made to exclude transsexuals and bisexuals as official participants in the March on the UN was a problematic decision, particularly given that the original riots were initiated by a group of drag queens. And also because they thought that the March on the UN didn't really have the kind of political focus that would provide for a kind of grassroots radical North American queer intervention, because it was focused primarily on atrocities committed against queers in other parts of the world. And so these people came together to try to figure out a way that we could participate in the commemoration of Stonewall, which we think is a really important foundation stone in the history of the queer liberation movement in the United States, without compromising ourselves and sort of just being sponsored, joining these sort of corporate sponsored events that are much more widely publicized around the United States.
Yeah, it reminds me of a show Paper Tiger did about Earth Day 1990, was it? Where, all of these heinously anti-environmentalist groups suddenly took up the cause as their big sponsorship opportunity. Who's behind Stonewall 25 exactly?
Well, there is not one official sponsoring organization. They have a couple corporate sponsors. One of the biggest and most well-known is Campari Gin, who has an ad for the Campari Stonewall Riot, which is basically making the Stonewall Riot into something that you can consume, literally.
Capitalism.
And then they also have a number.
So they're basically pissed off that all of these liberal organizations got together to do capitalist sponsorship of their Stonewall celebration, and the queers got together and they're like, we don't want your capitalist sponsorship of our gay liberation milestone. So again, this is a fight. I hope you guys see this. This is a fight between the assimilationist gays who were engaging in capitalism because they were assimilationists, so they were assimilating to capitalist values, and the queer radicals who are like, we don't want your fucking corporate sponsorship. Stonewall was a riot. You're already seeing them. Again, this is 1994. This is 4 years after Queers Read This came out. So they're already fighting. The assimilationists and the anti-assimilationists are like, no. This is not about capitalism and dancing and all this stuff. This was a riot, motherfuckers.
number of sort of executive sponsors that and people that are on the executive board. One of whom, the executive director, is Susan Jester. She's a gay Republican and was the former director of the Log Cabin Club. And a lot of the people that are on their executive board are sort of prominent gay men, mostly, and lesbians that are, people who are in corporate positions and sort of respectable positions in U.S. society.
Capitalist society.
Penny loafer, whatever.
Yeah, they basically wanted to attract. They wanted to put a certain image on Stonewall 25 because they expected to attract a lot of money that way. They had a sort of $6 million budget that they don't think they met at all. But that was their intention, was to put a certain face, to highlight a certain stratum of the lesbian and gay population that they thought would appeal to corporate sponsors because it would look like a market for their product. And also...
So they're pissed off because the organizers of their Stonewall celebration are only highlighting the respectable gays versus the non-respectable queers, because the respectable gays, they're just like you and me. They just want to be able to get a job, and they just want to be able to get married and have a family. Those are the marketable gays. They were creating a capitalist market, whereas these guys are like, fuck your respectability. We don't want your respectability. Again, this was a riot.
That would sort of not put off too many of the sort of, middle Americans that they wanted to highlight this event for.
There's no doubt that I guess the whole national gay community is basically the wealthiest. Is that
triangle? You see the triangle?
As a group of...
Look at this. There's a pink triangle on the far right. You can see the beginnings of a pink triangle over there.
Is that your understanding? I heard that as a group of people, as a marketing group, that
see, pink triangle, boom.
Most liquid, basically.
I don't know that that's true. It's certainly the believed perspective. What do you think?
Yeah. And it's also one that's been used against the lesbian and gay community by the Christian right. It's one of the stories that they are propagating in order to...
Okay, all right. We have a retard in my chat who's challenging me. Let's see how many times this retard has chatted into my channel before. Anyone want to take any guesses? The only time you've ever been here before is when I was watching Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, so you know nothing. But now I'm going to read you the riot act. I don't think this is Jill. Hang on. I don't think this is Poetry Painter. Hang on. No. Oh, God. Choking over here. I disagree about the outsized impact. Okay, genius. Okay, person who doesn't even have a real name on their profile. Why is it, do you think, that upwards of 40% of kids in school today are identifying as queer or non-binary or gender fluid? We're waiting for you to answer, by the way. And if you don't answer the questions I'm going to ask you, you're going to be banned from the channel for not following instructions. No. I am not asking for your opinion right now. I am asking you a question, and I expect you to answer the fucking question. I disagree about the outsized impact. Just because their word count is higher doesn't mean they're impacting outside their own group and young passersby. It's mostly a big echo chamber, in my opinion. Then why are upwards of 40% of students today identifying as queer or non-binary or gender fluid? This is a question for 300, whatever the fuck your number is. Answer the question. The entire stream stopped just for you. Answer the question. If it doesn't have an impact, then why are so many fucking students today identifying as queer or non-binary or gender fluid? We are waiting patiently for your answer. We'd really like to get on with the show here, and you're holding up the entire show by not answering the question because you wanted to dunk on the libs and not fucking listen to what was going on. You could ask a question. You could have framed your chat in the form of a question, but now here we are. You have 30 seconds to answer me before I permanently ban you from the channel, because you've now had plenty of time to answer. Why are upwards of 40% of students today identifying as queer or non-binary or gender fluid in high school? We are waiting for your answer. You have 20 seconds. We're waiting. Entire stream stopped just for you. Oh, look, you didn't answer the question that I asked you. You didn't answer the question that I asked you. So now you have 15 fucking seconds to answer the question and you're getting permanently banned. You're talking to me right now. You are not talking to anyone else. You are talking to me. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Is it possible that you're not even fucking listening to what I'm saying right now? Is it possible that you don't know where the fuck you are? I'll give you another 15 seconds to answer the question. We're waiting for your answer. The next thing you chat in better be an answer to this fucking question. And then we're moving on, because you've held up the stream long enough. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. They're trying so hard to chat GPT. 1. Oh no, no answer. Oh no, no answer. Bye. You're permanently banned from the channel because you wasted our time. Bye. If you want to question me, if you ever want to come into my classroom and question me, you better be prepared to answer questions. And if you are going to refuse to answer questions, then I'm going to assume that you are only here to be disruptive and you are only here to cause nonsense, and you're going to hold up the rest of the stream, which is going to piss everyone else off. So you want to walk into my fucking classroom and you want to question me, you better come prepared. Otherwise, just keep your mouth shut and listen.
Further their anti-lesbian and gay legislation that they're pushing for in various states.
So you're not actually discriminated against. You're privileged people. So why make a fuss about your position in society?
Yeah, exactly. It also obscures, I think, some of the differences. For example, some of the sort of specific conditions of poverty that lesbians often find themselves in, as compared to gay men.
So what is the Lesbian Avengers as a group? When did you form? And
we formed in June of 1992. The group was started by 6 experienced political activists who are also lesbians. And we're a direct action group focused on lesbian survival and visibility. And we have, over the last 2 years, organized.
If you're going to question me, at least send me money. Exactly. If you're going to question me, then at least have the temerity to send me money. Thank you, 2 ladies. I appreciate that.
Across the country. It started in New York. There are now, however, 35 chapters across America and in some other parts of the world as well. And we've done actions which are both sort of small, local, specific zaps, such as storming the offices of Self magazine in order to demand that they withdraw from a ski weekend in Colorado that they had organized, and which was successful. They did indeed cancel their trip the next day after we chased Alexandra Penny down the street.
Really?
And then school board actions in various localities, and then also
school board actions,
larger national actions. For example, the Dyke March in Washington last year,
wow,
which was the
school board actions,
which the Avengers worked to organize, which happened before the march on Washington the night before, and for which 20,000 lesbians came out and marched down the streets in the largest ever display of lesbian visibility, and which, I mean, more importantly than even as a show of visibility, it sparked the setting up of 35 chapters across the country, and it inspired all these dykes to get out and organize when they went home. And following on from that, what we're doing for for this week is the first international Dyke March, which is this Saturday, June 25th in Bryant Park. We're assembling at 5 o'clock, and we're marching down Fifth Avenue to Washington Square Park. We're expecting 40,000 Dykes to come out. And from this action, from this march, it is our hope and our belief that Avengers that the Dykes who come to this march will go home to the countries that they've come from, to the towns that they've come from, and organize there and mobilize there. And that it will, just as the March in Washington launched a national movement of lesbians, that this one will march an international movement of lesbians. These are the posters that have been seen around, and we have some little palm cards as well, which we're distributing all over the place, which tell you where to go and how to get there. The theme, they also say the theme for the Dyke March, which is Ignite the Riot, because we also want to organize it.
The theme for the Dyke March was Ignite the Riot. Did you guys catch that?
You where to go and how to get there. The theme, they also say the theme for the Dyke March, which is Ignite the Riot, because we also
Ignite the Riot. That was the theme of their fucking event. Okay, I need to explain something. This is something a lot of right-wingers ask me. Well, Karlyn, do they really know the language? Well, Karlyn, do they really know the history? They know the history. It's you guys who don't know the history. Right-wingers assume that if they have never heard something and they don't know something, then no one else has ever heard it either. The left loves their history. The left writes books about their history. The left holds celebrations about their history. The left talks about their history all the time. This is a fucking documentary about their fucking history that was made over 30 fucking years ago. It's you guys who don't know the history. It is not them who doesn't know the history. Militant activists today absolutely know all this history. I don't have to teach the militant activists their own history. They write zines about it. They hold conferences about it. They have entire presentations about it. Bro, just look up ACT UP in YouTube. Just put the words ACT UP in quote marks in YouTube and see the massive amount of content that gets thrown at you entirely about this one specific movement that happened in the 80s. They know the history. They know the language. It is right-wingers who do not know the history and right-wingers who never bothered to learn the language, because this is not your subculture. This is their subculture. And you guys don't actually know your enemy. The right does not understand the left. The left may not understand the right either, but the right absolutely does not understand the left. So you guys assume that no one on the left knows any of this, when in fact, they all fucking know this. Go on to Amazon and look at how many books are written about this. Do a fucking Google search. Go into ChatGPT. Like, there are any number of resources where you can fact check me and see just how much material has been made about all of these things for years and years and years. This is why we have so much content to watch on this channel, because we have to go back and watch their content to educate people like you who have no fuck off idea about any of this. I'm using their own content that they created to show you what they know. And you're like, well, I still don't think they know this. They do know this. You don't know it. Stop projecting your own deficiencies onto other people. Two ladies, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Karlyn, I was in San Francisco during the AIDS epidemic. I lost one of my good friends because of a bad tattoo. They got hurt in... Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks. Listen, that time period was crazy, and it's like one of those things where it's like people are getting AIDS from blood transfusions. They're like, people didn't know how they could get it. So that sucks, two ladies. I'm sorry to hear that. I do appreciate the super chat. No, bro, you don't know the language. You don't know the language. I have a close friend who identifies as queer and it was only within 2 months, so I guess they're okay. Bro, this is not a serious fucking question. You're asking me, does someone who just does this is, oh my fucking god. You're talking about your lived fucking experience. Well, I know someone who just started calling themselves queer, and I'm going to assume that because I know someone that just started calling themselves queer, then no one knows what they're talking about. Do you understand how retarded and stupid that is? That you have a friend, you know one fucking person who just started calling themselves queer, and so you're going to extrapolate that out to the entire leftist activist movement? Do you know how stupid and retarded that is? We do not care about your lived experience here. Your lived experience does not matter. Yeah, and this is what it is. Average person, you're exactly right. This is right-wingers, yet again, looking for any excuse to underestimate their enemies, because if you stop underestimating your enemy, you actually have to do stuff about it, and right-wingers are lazy as fuck, and they don't want to do anything about it, so they just say, they're stupid and mentally ill, and they don't even know what they're protesting over, because one person at a protest doesn't know what the demands are, but the rest of them know, but just that one person is the truth. They just don't even know what they're doing. It's like, it's the most retarded fucking stupid thing in the world. Took me about 1.5 years just to learn the language. Yeah, it takes time to learn how to speak a new language, as it turns out. We got Goro over on Rumble with the super chat. I have a question as someone who likes psychology. What is the psychology behind why people want to believe in queer Marxism? Why does it have a mostly North American, Western European thing? Well, first off, you're making an assumption that it's mostly North American and Western European. That's not true. Queer Marxism is all over the world. Queer Marxism is in Australia and New Zealand. Queer Marxism is in South Africa. Queer Marxism is literally all over the world. So I would start, Goro, by stop making assumptions and instead asking questions. Okay? And so no, I don't agree with your premise that this is mostly a North America and Western thing, because the data doesn't support that at all in any way. What is the psychology of it? They get indoctrinated into the cult in schools. It's in schools. It's in schools. It's in internet subculture. It's been in K through 12 schools for a long ass time. You're going to see in the next documentary how long this has been in schools. The next documentary is literally about this shit going on in schools. I've seen it before. So they got indoctrinated into it in schools. No one was paying attention because everyone on the right completely abdicated responsibility, and they said they don't even know what they're protesting. They don't even know what's going on. The people don't even know. And in the meantime, while the right was saying they don't even know what's going on, they're all just useful idiots, the supposed useful idiots were indoctrinating all their kids in school to think that they're queer. That's the psychology behind it. I'm sorry I don't have a more in-depth answer for you, but that's really kind of like what it is.
Want to organize an action which is in the spirit of Stonewall and in the spirit of riot and in the street, the spirit of taking the streets and not being afraid.
And the lesbian Avengers operate with a lot of humor as well as seriousness.
Listen, I understand that you're upset about your friend becoming a queer activist, but you also need to understand that this is not about you and your one friend. This is about the movement as a whole. If you're going to learn this stuff, you have got to personally detach from whatever stuff is going on, because it is not just about your one friend. We are talking about the movement as a whole that has been going on for decades and decades and decades, okay?
The bomb symbol is obviously about action and militant action, but it's also
militant action,
not the kind of bomb one really throws. If you just have to just have a look at it.
Look at that. Their symbol is literally a bomb. To go back to this International Dyke March thing, their theme is ignite a riot, and their symbol is a literal bomb. Okay.
Behind
poster
us.
there. Oh, it's chroma keyed. I see. We mastering the technology.
This is the 90s, guys.
So what has been your
green
sense
screens.
of what the mainstream coverage has been so far, and how it's been promoted up to now. You can just jump in.
It's Stonewall in general.
Yeah, the whole week, gay games, like Stonewall 25, just like this whole festival week, basically.
Well, so far, the only media coverage that I've seen has been all about men participating in the gay games, the gay men, and that's precisely why the Lesbian Avengers exist, to address that situation. That when there's gay issues to be covered by the media, they always go to the men because they're the most obvious, and lesbians need visibility. So that just seems to be what's going on right now, as it always has.
And we saw
Yeah,
that.
it's been around before that, but I appreciate that, Boss Bully Boy. It's been around a long time.
Washington last year, and we're seeing it now in New York. And we're hoping that this time in New York, the media cannot ignore the alternative things that are going on.
I think another thing I think that's absolutely been true about the coverage of Stonewall, and in the mainstream kind of understanding of what gay culture and gay politics are. It's just almost inevitably it invokes this image of a white gay man. That's what people think of. That's what's been in most of the sort of cultural representations that you've seen in films and on TV and in newspapers and things like that. But the other thing about the coverage that we've seen is that there's a real clear to me lack of political focus in all of this, and that even in a publication like The Village Voice, which generally has fairly left-leaning politics, the focus is very much on the cultural and celebratory aspect of Stonewall, which is an important thing and has an important component and is an integral part of what has sustained the movement, the political movement that has gone along with lesbians and gays in the United States. But the main thing that you see advertised are a lot of dance events, the gay games, and basically like this big march on the UN, which is about the most political thing that you see sort of widely publicized, although that's I don't think nearly as well publicized as the dance events and the kind of more consumer oriented ways of commemorating Stonewall, which seems really ironic when you think about the actual rebellion and how it began and what it ignited in the United States in terms of a radical lesbian and gay movement, liberation movement.
Exactly.
Poster states.
Oh, wow. One of the people in this was a professor of gender studies at CUNY. Imagine my shock. CUNY being one of the most far-left colleges in New York City. CUNY Graduate Center produces so much queer bullshit. It's unbelievable. CUNY is where we found the whole bootlicking BDSM presentation a couple months back. So, yeah, of course it was CUNY. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
That really well. Stonewall was a riot and it's a violent act.
Right. I think that the gay press as well has been as guilty as the sort of straight mainstream press in many cases of sort of concentrating on this party image, and the image is Stonewall is a party rather than Stonewall was a riot, and I think that I think brings home the point that visibility is not enough.
She's saying like the gay capitalist media are trying to depict all this as just one big dance party, but this was a riot. This was a militant action. We don't want this depicted as a dance party. We are militants. Two ladies, thanks for the super chat. In regards to learning this language, I was totally clueless of the deeper movement then. Looking back now and knowing the language, this ideology was everywhere back then. Totally even more scary. Yeah, it's scary when you look back at some of this stuff. For real. Thanks, two ladies.
Like that, and that's what the whole problem with lesbian chic has been. Like it's not, we're not interested in being chic. We're interested in organizing and mobilizing
Activism.
and fighting the battles that really have to be fought, because lesbians and gay men are under serious attack in this country as well as in all these other parts.
Yeah, I know. I read like 1,900 men and women were killed last year or something. Just incredible. Anyway, so what exactly, how, just talk about the actual events that are going to be going on a little bit more, how you're going about publicizing them, what your, goals for the future are.
I can go ahead. in order to publicize, we obviously were operating on a very low budget, but one thing that we've done is we mass produced a poster that you see. I think that we've shown it on here. I'm not sure. It's the one that says Stonewall was a riot, and it has a picture of a drag queen throwing a police barricade, and then it's got text on the bottom that is a very brief kind of analysis of what we see Stonewall as having originally been, what it originated in terms of political movement in the United States, and what we want to cultivate in commemorating it.
They're specifically emphasizing the drag queen aspect of it because back then, and they mentioned this earlier, but I just want to put a point on it. Back then, they mentioned people didn't want to include transvestites. They called them transvestites back then. People didn't want to include transvestites in their pride marches. But the reason we want transvestites included in our pride marches is Stonewall was literally started by drag queens. So they're using drag even early back then to say, we need to be including, this is not about sexuality, it's about gender too. And that again was coming from the queer militants. That wasn't coming from the normie gay rights assimilationists, like we just want to get married people. That was coming from the queer militants.
And we made 8,000 of those, and we've just done a mass wheat pasting campaign around New York City and in some cities around the country with whatever resources that we had to try to really bring that to light. And that in and of itself we saw as being part of the activities of our organization. But then obviously part of what that poster does too is it advertises.
Goro in with the 20 over on Rumble. One more question. Is it fair to say that it is a Western culture thing then? No, Goro, I literally just told you this. I've been thinking more about Arab Asian countries versus the West. Assumptions bad. No, I would not say that this is just about Western culture. I wouldn't. Again, we see queer activism. There are queer people in Palestine right now. Let me just be brass tacks about it. Queers for Palestine. One of the things Queers for Palestine is about is there are literally queer activists in Palestine, and no, they're not getting thrown off roofs. That's a conservative bullshit talking point. This stuff exists literally everywhere. You got to stop assuming that this is just in America or this is just in the West. This stuff exists in Asia. This stuff exists in Africa. This stuff exists in Muslim countries, even though they are far less tolerant of the bullshit there than they are here. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, okay? So this exists India, holy shit, this is a really good point. You don't even want to know about fucking India. India is next level when it comes to this bullshit. We have seen like presentations from Indian queer activists. Holy shit. Indians have a whole thing called eunuchs, which are non-binary people that have literally been castrated in order to be non-binary. And there's all this other shit around it as well. So yeah, it exists everywhere. Fair question. I appreciate you paying me money to ask it. That's the best part of it. But it exists everywhere, all over the world. See, I don't like watching the Indian stuff because it requires us to listen to people with an Indian accent. I really don't like listening to people with Indian accents. No offense, Indian people. You make great food, okay? Indian food is the fucking best. I love it. And I love Indian people who make really good Indian food. I don't want to hear you talk, though, because Indian accents are fucking annoying. They're almost on the same level as Spanish. I don't want to hear fucking Spanish. I don't want to hear Pajit. I don't want to hear any of that fucking accent. So this is why we don't listen to Indian queer theory, because I don't want to. I can only take so much, okay?
A political action that we have organized for Saturday night. It's actually time to be supportive of and kind of an addition to the Dyke March, so that the Dyke March begins at 5 p.m. on that night, and our action is meant to begin at 10 p.m. in Sheridan Square, which is right where the Stonewall riot was originally began, outside of the Stonewall bar there on Sheridan Square. And the other thing that we've been organizing besides that action is a forum that we put a lot of energy into. That we've been working with a group called Queers Against U.S. Militarism.
Oh yeah,
and that's an organization that basically there's a lot of overlap between Stonewall now and that organization, but that group grew specifically as a reaction to the numerous events that are being planned on the Intrepid U.S. military aircraft carrier.
So weird.
It's a really strange thing, and particularly there's a sort of attempt in organizing this group to talk about imperialism in general and why queers should be opposed to imperialism. What are the connections between those two different forms of oppression? And to talk about why it is that it seems ironic that this sort of commemoration of Stonewall would be occurring on a U.S. military aircraft carrier. But the forum that we're doing with that group is going to have some speakers who are going to talk about militarism and gays in the military and imperialism and things like that. And then some original veterans from the Stonewall riots are going to actually be at this, some people who've been involved in the movement for 25 years or more. And then also Leslie Feinberg, who's the author of Stone Butch Blues, who's done a lot of research on and was a part of the butch femme lesbian culture that was really particularly big in the United States prior to Stonewall and the post Stonewall movement.
Everyone click on that link, the queer era glossary.
I didn't bring a copy of that.
You think that I'll put this link, Goro. I'll put this link in the chat on Rumble for you. There you go, Goro. The queer Arab glossary, courtesy of Mizakan. It's everywhere. It's all over the world. It's everywhere. It is inescapable. Thanks, Mizakan. Appreciate it.
I actually looked for it. I think someone took it from my apartment, unfortunately, to make copies of, so I didn't have it to bring with me. But that forum is going to begin at 6 p.m. and it's at Washington Square Church, which is on West 4th Street in Manhattan. It's very near Washington Square, which is very near Sheridan Square. That's all there in that West Village area. It's on West 4th Street and it's near 6th Avenue, the church is. So it begins at 6 p.m., Wednesday the 22nd.
So Lesbian Avengers is national. Is it international yet at this point, or is it like...
There are a few chapters in other countries. In
England, Canada, there's one coming up in Costa Rica.
And in Australia.
That's
cool.
Everywhere.
And hopefully there'll be a lot more after this weekend.
We've been doing great publicity with a lot of wheat pasting and flyering everywhere we can think of, and asking the participation of a lot of different groups. And there will be participation of Latino lesbian groups and African American lesbian groups, and everyone we've been able to reach. And there'll be a big action down in Washington Square Park after the march down Fifth Avenue, which should be exciting and inclusive of fire eating as our trademark.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about that for a minute?
Well, it started
need to make my hair 80s again.
As the culmination of we built a shrine to two people who were firebombed in their home in Salem, Oregon. A lesbian and a gay man Molotov cocktail was thrown into their house by skinheads. And they were burned and they died. And we built a shrine and held an encampment for about
Pink
4
Triangle
days in the West Village, and called attention to the issue and issues, the various ballot measures that were coming up in the election of that year, last year. And prior to Election Day is when we held the encampment. And
they had an encampment. They held an encampment. It's almost as if the left doesn't actually change their strategy at all. They just recycles things they've already done and already learned from. But guys, I'm sure that encampment was sponsored by George Soros, right? I'm sure they all had the same tents at that encampment because it was all sponsored by George Soros. Yo, I loved a good side ponytail. I did. I was very much a fan of the side ponytail when I was younger, and it's a horrible look. It's awful. The side ponytail doesn't look good on anyone, but for some reason, I was a big fan of it when I was younger. But it was the 90s. It was a different time, all right? It was the 80s and the 90s. I can't be held responsible. It wasn't my fault.
Fire as a sign that their fire will not consume us, and we'll take it and make it our own, and we'll use
butterfly clips.
Our power to go out
into
the world with.
Punky Brewster.
It's very
fucking Punky. That's right.
Hand,
it was fucking Punky Brewster's fault. That's what it actually was. It was fucking Punky Brewster. She did it. Okay.
It's very humorous to be able to say, we can eat fire, but at the same time, it's an incredibly powerful thing to both to witness and to do. And
have you done it?
Yes, I can eat fire. So can Lysander.
Cool.
It's not a trick. It's
No,
it's
it's not a visual.
Yeah.
it can really kill you.
And one of the things that we do actually.
Hang on. I have a very important question to ask. One in the chat if you know who Punky Brewster is. Two in the chat if you have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. Don't Google it. Just be honest. One in the chat if you know who Punky Brewster is. Two in the chat if you have no clue what I'm talking about because you're too young to know what this is because you were born in like the 2000s or something. Yo. Okay, most of you know what I'm talking about. Okay, good. Cause just a couple. Okay, some of you may be too young to remember Punky Brewster. Okay, but just look it up, and you will understand the inspiration for the side ponytail, and just understand it was a thing. All right.
Is when we've gone to other parts of the country, which we have done. For example, when a lesbian with AIDS, her house was firebombed during the weekend of the Washington March last year, and she contacted the New York Avengers when she got home and discovered this, and about 30 of us flew down in a plane. We don't fly. And organized actions in Tampa, and in fact forced the mayor of that town for the first time to come out publicly against the attempts being made by the Family Values Association or something, an American Family Association, who are a very hateful organization.
Oh,
to
the
get
American
an
Family
anti-lesbian and gay,
Association. Hateful bigots
on the ballot. And so we've been there, and we did a freedom ride through New.
Yeah, I had a crimping iron. I did. Yeah. I liked crimped hair was also a thing. One in the chat if you had a crimping iron. Two in the chat if you don't know what we're talking about. Oh man, we're going back into the archives. Next, you're gonna ask me about that time that I put all my hair in braids. Man, when I wanted to rebel in high school, I dyed my hair blue. And I put it all in braids. That was my rebellion. I didn't fucking cut my tits off. I didn't go on trans hormones. My rebellion in high school is I dyed my hair blue and put it in braids and got a piercing in my nose. And that was it.
New England last fall.
Oh, and my
up to
tongue. I also got my
Maine,
tongue pierced.
where there was also an anti-lesbian and gay ballot on the books. And whenever we go to these other places, part of the action that we do is we do fire eating training. And so there's this thing spreading across the country of fire eating lesbians.
Right.
And I think it sort of marks the spread of the movement, and it really serves to sort of energize and make these dykes feel powerful and as if they can, because it's a very frightening thing when you try and eat fire for the first time. It's very strange to be sticking fire in your mouth. And once you do it and you're not frightened of it anymore, then you feel great. And so it's fun, and it gets a lot of media attention.
Sure.
As well.
It's a good way to focus.
Yeah.
I guess it's
what? Sorry, you just made me remember that there's right now 2 caravans of Avengers coming across
Queers.
the country.
Oh, great.
Doing actions along the way.
Yo! Look what that says!
To the back.
Look what that says! Hang on.
Across the country.
Oh, great.
Doing actions along the way.
Queers, we won't be free until everyone is. That is exactly the same logic behind Queers for Palestine today. Palestinians are oppressed by capitalism in the form of the settler colonists of the Israelis. Queers are oppressed by capitalism in terms of normative values that uphold society. Palestinians and queers are both oppressed by the same thing. No one is free until everyone is free. This is a documentary from 1994. And this is where I start to get really, really pissed off at the right. This is when I start to get really fucking pissed, because I'm like, you're telling me that they have been saying the quiet part out loud for over 30 years? This is 30 years ago. This is 3 decades ago, conservatives. 3 fucking decades ago. And you guys couldn't figure it out? You allowed all this shit to get into schools when they were saying it in their public gatherings 30 years ago and no one bothered to listen to them. You were so committed to fighting communism and fighting socialism that you didn't fucking notice when they were planning it right in front of you. You want to know why I go after people like Andy No and people are like, Karlyn, you're on the same team. No, we're not. No, we're not. We are not on the same team. I am on team hinge into fucking reality and listen to your enemy. Andy No is on team I want to write another New York Times bestseller and be famous on the internet. We are not on the same team at all. I am on team in-depth deep dive research into the topic area that will inform us about our enemy. Andy No is on team I'm going to report on whatever goes viral on Twitter. Oh yeah, they knew about it? Then why didn't they fucking do anything? You know, Karlyn, conservatives knew about all this. Then why didn't you fucking do anything? You're telling me the conservatives knew about this back in 1994 when it happened? I was 13 fucking years old. Where the fuck were they? Where the fuck were the Republicans? Where were the conservatives? Where were the people who were claiming to fight communism when all this was going on? You guys didn't do fucking shit. Oh, they knew all about it. Then why didn't you fucking do anything? Well, what did you want them to do? I don't know. Anything? Anything. Literally anything. Can you show me any evidence at all of conservatives or Republicans doing anything to actually address this specific issue in 1994 when this was fucking happening? Because, by the way, had they actually addressed it in 1994 when this was happening, it wouldn't be in schools today like it is. They didn't complete the takeover of the schools for another 15 years after this. It was 15 years between this conversation and when the schools were actually solidified as a leftist stronghold. So where the flying fuck were they? I am so sick of the fucking excuses that the right makes about why they can be fucking lazy when all of this was happening in the public, on the fucking TV, right in front of them, and none of them bothered to listen. It's infuriating. It is infuriating what these people have done. It is infuriating what the boomer conservatives did to all of us with their own fecklessness and their own fucking laziness. Thank you, two ladies, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I remember when you first yelled at me 5 years ago. Glad I stuck around to actually learn. Much respect. Listen, man, listen. I am so sick of this shit. It's like I have learned more doing this stuff in the last couple of years than the entire conservative ecosystem knows because none of them fucking listen. And then I still have people coming into my chat going, well, Karlyn, we already knew this was happening. Oh yeah? What the fuck did you do about it then? If you didn't do anything, literally shut the fuck up because you are not helpful to me. If you knew all this was happening 30 years ago and you did nothing, take a fucking seat and let the groypers fix the problem for you. Because it's the groypers that are going to have to fix this problem. Everyone understands that, right? It's the groypers that are now going to have to fix the problem that could have been fixed by the conservative boomers 30 fucking years ago, but they abdicated all their responsibility and they said, we just are too lazy to fucking do anything and all we care about is winning in a presidential election. And it's like, you know, they left all of this for the younger generation to fix and now the groypers are going to fix it and oh god damn, the boomer conservatives are fighting them every step of the way as well. This is why Nick Fuentes and the groypers are necessary, because the conservatives didn't do shit about this when it was on the fucking TV 30 years ago. It's maddening.
Right.
To the bad part.
Were you in New York when you first joined, or were you in another town? Were you part of?
I was in New York, and I mean, I am involved in other groups and do other things as well. Most of my time probably goes to the event. I mean, for example, at the moment I'm working more than full time on the Dyke March and trying to get the word out. And that is because I actually joined the Avengers very shortly, only a few months after I came out. And so I was going through all the usual kind of fear and shame and anger and all this kind of stuff. And it was an amazing way to very directly do that or act on it and respond to these feelings that I was having. And if I was sort of angry, I was angry that I felt so scared and that I felt so weird. And so there was, with the Avengers, there was every Tuesday night I could go and plan what I was going to do about it very directly. And that's, I think, for me, what a lot of it is about.
The slippery slope argument is a reflection that conservatives don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about, because they're talking about gay marriage. They're like, well, we were against gay marriage. Well, conservatives, you think that that's the slippery slope? These people never wanted to get married. While conservatives tried to be against gay marriage, the people we're watching are not the people pushing gay marriage. Not the same people. Not the same people at all. And by the way, they were telling us they weren't the same people back then. They were shitting on monogamy. They were shitting on marriage. None of the people that you see on the screen here was campaigning for gay marriage. Everyone understands that, right? Not literally none of the people. Bro, literally shut the fuck up. Literally stop talking. Literally shut the fuck up. Stop talking. I need you to fucking listen. You want to make the argument that, oh my God, they tried to prevent gay marriage and oh, it's just overwhelming force of liberals. These people didn't want to get married. And had conservatives just listened to them. Literally just listen to them. Literally just do your research about the enemy you claim to have. They would have known what they were dealing with. They were very clear about it back then.
That's identity politics.
Identity politics. About Paper Tiger as well. I mean, it's a good way to focus your thoughts about life and your feelings about society in general.
Hang on. I missed a super sticker. I like you guys think you've seen me mad before because you've seen me yell before. I am actually fucking mad now. I'm actually angry now. Thinking about this, like when you see me actually fucking screaming, it is a whole different thing than me just raising my voice to someone in the chat because they said something retarded. I am actually fucking pissed off right now. Thank you, Doug, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Fizzle, not a Fuentes follower, but what is he and the Groypers doing correctly that conservatives are failing at? The Groypers are taking over conservative institutions, and they're willing to do what's required to fix the problem. The younger people on the right are overwhelmingly with Nick Fuentes. They are in these government jobs that they're just getting these jobs and they're not telling anyone that they're Groypers, and they're sitting there and just waiting to rise up the ranks in conservative politics. So they're taking over the GOP. Is what's going on. And so when the fucking ineffective boomers retire, they are going to be replaced by Groypers, and the Groypers are going to fix the fucking problem that the cringe boomer conservatives refuse to tackle. That's okay, Doug. I appreciate it.
How did you, Julia, get to where you are now in Stonewall? Were you one of the formative members of Stonewall now, or did you just hear about it and whatever?
Well, it actually had two different starts. One of the beginnings was in December, and I, at that time, was still trying to decide what group I wanted to be working with in commemorating Stonewall. I sort of moved to New York. One of the reasons that I decided to move to New York last summer was to be here.
You're mad as heck too, Donnie. I'm mad as heck, and I'm not going to take it anymore, knowing what I know thanks to you. It's infuriating to know how thrown under the bus we have been by the political right, isn't it? It's infuriating. They completely fucked us all.
for the 25th anniversary of Stonewall, and not knowing at that point what organization I'd be working in that would seem true to the kind of politics that I embrace in being an activist more generally, and not just around queer issues, but around a lot of different kinds of issues. Stonewall Now started and then stopped with a couple people from QUISP, the Queers United in Support of Political Prisoners, who then just found that they had too much to do that way. And then another group of us, some of us from Love and Rage and a couple of us from ISO, picked up where they left off.
ISO, International Socialist Organization.
What we're hoping to do and coming away from that, obviously this coalition is just coming together around the 25th anniversary of Stonewall, but we are hoping to come away from the forum and the other group, the other things that we're organizing here with a sort of revitalized radical queer grassroots movement in the U.S. And that means putting into place some kind of structure for networking. It may just be like establishing a much clearer and well-organized email list and set of contacts.
And if you guys think you're mad now, just wait until we start the next one. The next one is going to really fucking piss a lot of you off, because you're going to see how open and blatant it was back in the 90s. And again, no one did anything about it.
Contact list of different grassroots groups around the country. It's not, we don't want to set up some kind of like executive steering committee, located in New York or something to tie these groups together. But we want to get a much clearer sense of what people are doing in other parts of the country and how we can work to support them and how we can keep in contact with them. So when these national events happen, like the March on Washington, which the Dyke March was great there, but the rest of the radical queer presence there just didn't really hang together. And it was partly that we didn't have a good way of communicating prior to that to figure out what everyone was planning. So we're hoping that we can come away from the Stonewall 25 thing with a clear sense of where people are at, what they're doing, and we can work together in the future at other kind of national
that's
events.
a zine. Hello, zine. That's a zine right there. The Adventures of Baby Dyke. I wonder if we can find that zine online.
Are people hooked in, or people online? Are you using that as a good method to communicate with each other?
Sent out letters and things over email.
Hang on. Sorry. I mean, people are saying stuff in the chat, so I have to pause and respond to it. MK, I've been listening to you since early spring. You're absolutely right. I'm also having a really hard time detaching, but I do listen even though I let my feelings show today. Listen. I snapped at you, and I maybe snapped at you a little bit too aggressively, and I can apologize for that. But this is it is incredibly hard to learn how to detach. And so this is just a skill. You have to practice it. It's like learning how to ride a two-wheeler. First, you need to get the training wheels. And then eventually your father puts you on the two-wheeler and he holds the seat, and you start pedaling and you think your father is running behind you to hold on to the bike. And then you turn around and you see the father let go of the bike and you're already up the street and you're riding the two-wheeler on your own. And then you freak the fuck out and you fall over because you thought that he was holding on to the bike when he wasn't, but he wanted to prove to you that you could actually ride the fucking bike, okay? This is like learning how to ride a bike, and you just need to practice it, and you're going to get better, and you're not always going to fall over and scrape your fucking knee. And it's okay. It's just being mindful of the fact that like you have to emotionally detach. This is not about you as a person. This is about understanding this as a sociological phenomenon. Two ladies, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Karlyn and family, for helping me through the stages of grief as I learned the language and finally woke up. Thank you, everyone, my family and friends here. We appreciate you two ladies. Thanks so much for the super chat.
I don't think we have a good enough list right now. We've also done mailings through the regular U.S. mail.
Yeah, reliable.
Emails really, I mean, all the time there are things being developed, lists being developed and things with queers and other sort of radical political organizations. It's pretty phenomenal that way.
Yeah, that's been one of our big number one on our wish list. It's really hard not to have it. Did you how did you first start out with Lesbian Avengers?
They have it in
I was working with
archiving.
another
Of course they do.
direct action women's group in New York, and
you shall remain nameless.
shall remain nameless because I don't want to slag them in public. But they and the Avengers came and invited us to an action of theirs, and I jumped right on because the Avengers invited us to help make the world safe for baby dykes everywhere. And it was just fun.
Oh yeah,
And it happened. Things happen.
Yeah, we have all those zines downloaded. We downloaded all their stuff a long time ago. But fun fact, the Queer Zine Archive Project blocked me on Blue Sky, or blocked the account that's obviously not me on Blue Sky. That I think was my second block that I received under the totally not me account on Blue Sky, is the Queer Zine Archive Project. The Queer Zine Archive Project was also not happy that we infiltrated the librarian conference. They were very upset about that. So yeah, I was blocked by them, which I think is fucking hilarious, actually.
Happened with the Avengers, which didn't and things didn't happen with the other organizations. It's a lot of people's experience, that a lot of talk, a lot of theory, a lot of discussion.
Yeah,
and very little action.
this has been going on since the 50s. This has been going on a long time. It's going on long before the 90s. It's going on long before the 2000s. It's been going on since the 50s.
Can get old. So let's just recap. Like, if you're speaking to, like, it's over. Oh no!
No time for recap.
Oh,
goodbye.
Bye.
That's it. Oh.
I hope we got all the info.
Is that it?
You want. Yeah.
Don't wanna
Oh.
miss out on a good thing.
Guys, this is how we used to have to do things in the 90s. People had to color. These are Soros signs, guys. All of this was funded by George Soros. And George Soros didn't have as much money back in the 90s. So all he did was buy some really big construction paper and a packet of markers. And we had to make all our own signs because we didn't have computers back then. And it was like, we didn't even have MS Paint back then. You guys don't understand. People had to learn to draw. Do you know there was a time in this country when we had to learn to draw on paper? We had to learn how to make the bubble letters, which, by the way, you just write the letters and then you draw the bubble around, and that's how you learn how to make bubble letters. Like, we didn't have all the newfangled fancy fucking shit that we have now. There was no AI art back then. That's why they had to do zines. This is what we had, okay? 2 ladies, thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership from 2 ladies. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. The 90s was the best. That's true. All right. Who is ready? Now, listen. Normally on Tuesday nights, I do a show with Jennifer, but Jennifer is not feeling well. And so we are putting off the show with Jennifer until next week. We will be returning with Disenraged next week to talk about Kabbalah. But before this, so we have extra time, I guess, is what I'm saying, because this is already going way longer than I thought it would. But, you know, 'tis the way. Andre for the Projects Fighting Communism, for America First, and McCarlinism for cursive. For fucking cursive? For cursive? I don't know about cursive, man. I don't know about cursive. Okay. What you guys are about to watch is one of the most batshit insane documentaries that I have ever watched. Because this is a queer radical documentary that I'm pretty sure was filmed in 1999, but it wasn't released until a couple years after that. And there is a person in this documentary. I'm just going to say, we are going to be doing a whole bunch of spy streams over the next couple days. There's a lot of spy streaming over the next few days, okay? On Thursday, we are going to be doing a spy stream with a queer activist that is still active today, that is in this documentary. And they were in this documentary when they were in college. And when you guys, like, it's obvious, if you know, you know, but one of the spy streams we're going to be doing on Thursday is literally with someone in this documentary. This documentary is fucking wild. We watched it several months ago. I think a lot of us couldn't really believe it. I want to watch it again. I need to pee though. Okay, I need to pee. I need to go to the bathroom. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this documentary and I'm going to run to the little communist room. This documentary is called Market This: Queer Radicals Respond to Gay Assimilation. And the description is, well, global capitalism is a defining feature of our times. Many engage in anti-capitalist resistance. They were telling you that queer was anti-capitalist in this documentary. It's in the description. Market this as a timely documentary that explores the desire for radical politics and culture in the gay, lesbian, bisexual, two-spirited, and transgender community. This documentary began in 1999 after the Queer Eruption gathering in New York City. During workshops and caucuses and through discussion and entertainment, participants came together to explore ways to do community care and blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. I'm going to start this and I'm going to go pee. Enjoy. I'll be right back.
United States will change its name to America, Inc. I predict that in America, Inc., citizens will have to pay for the right to vote. I predict that corporate sponsorship will become a requirement for citizenship in America, Inc., that everyone will have a corporate logo tattooed on their forehead in exchange for the right to work and live, and that those without such a logo will become untouchables and be forced underground. I predict that parents will have to register their newborns with their corporate employer in order to obtain a birth certificate and social security number for their child. I predict that in exchange for citizenship in corporate America, each child will belong to its corporate sponsor, and that parents will then be seen as surrogate caregivers whose role it is to raise that child until the time comes to deliver it into the hands of its corporate sponsor.
So it's always good to get, show businesses and corporate world that, the gay folks are, a buying power and a buying medium, and that it's good to be able to, look for them and make them as a, how can I say it, as, as players, I guess, on the business field,
Commercialism is a horrible thing. Corporate culture is a disaster. Gay people want into these things that are just like hell.
One's very being starts to become the brand, starts to become the object that spreads the message of what's to be bought and sold.
And we're just, we're literally from the bottoms of our shoes to the tops of our heads covered in logos. We're instruments of
Hang on, I'm back.
consumer
Hang on.
culture.
And there's a question in the chat. Wasn't Two-Spirit one of the things that was cut from the budget when no one could give a definition? The definition is an indigenous person that has more than one gender. The definition is very simple. The left again, this is an instance of like the left knows what something is. The right doesn't know what something is. And so because the right doesn't know what it is, they assume the left doesn't know. No, Two-Spirit never got cut from nothing. It is still exactly like it was. It is an indigenous person. It's specific to indigenous people who have more than one gender.
It's the opiate. I mean, it's the ultimate sort of, it's a bait and switch. We can't adopt kids. We don't have good, protection in the workplace. We can go on and on with the list of all the ways in which our civil rights are virtually minimal. And yet people sit around feeling self-satisfied when, Melissa Etheridge publishes a dumb book.
And you only need to go so far as to look at the incredible success of Will and Grace, which I think actually has done more to advance the cause of gay and lesbian rights and tolerance than probably just about anything else.
I think the trick is to not be fooled, to think that that's the same thing as some kind of actual sense of social justice, or to think that that's actually what America at some real, deep level actually feels or believes towards us.
I think that's exactly it. It's that.
Who's that? Who's that? Wait, they have their name on the fucking thing. It's almost as if they have their name on the thing. Listen, I'm not going to tell you what event we're watching this week. Let me just pull up Dean Spade. Oh shit, hang on. Hang on, I'm about to start a fire. This is why I don't smoke on stream. Okay. All right, we're not starting a fire today. Hang on. Dean Spade is a law school professor at Seattle University School of Law. Dean Spade has written books about mutual aid, which is how the left funds what they do. Dean Spade has toured the country talking about overthrowing the capitalist system. If you Google Dean Spade, you're going to see this is them today. That's their website. Written multiple books, still an active activist today. And that's Dean Spade when Dean Spade was in college. We watched Dean Spade before we saw this documentary. Isn't that crazy?
It's that everyone's clamoring so hard for visibility and clamoring so hard for any gay image, that the fact that these programs do all the same like hideous, stuff that all TV on all mainstream movies do in terms of establishing body images and establishing consumer norms and product placement and, race stereotypes and gender stereotypes and gender normativity. All of that is like, okay, as long as there's like a gay character in there.
We don't have to have extremists or
gender normativity. So you're telling me that Dean Spade, sorry to go back and forth on camera, but you're telling me that Dean Spade was talking about gender normativity in college in 1999? How crazy is that?
radical positions or aggressions or statements that is no longer necessary.
It's such a spending market. The high disposable income.
Gays and lesbians are perceived to at least have more expendable income.
It's a market that has a higher medium income than most average households.
Well, they're
Goro, I didn't even see this. Goro gifted 5 subscriptions over on Rumble. Thank you, Goro, for gifting those channel memberships. I really do appreciate it. Congratulations to everyone who got a channel membership from Goro. Thanks, bro.
Income. It's a big market. There's a lot of dollars in that population.
Gay money.
It further fragments the queer community because
Oh,
from the
wait.
very beginning, this idea.
What did that look what this book had on it? Gay money, pink fucking triangle, your personal guide to same-sex strategies for financial security. So they were appropriating the pink triangle into capitalism. So I'm sure the queers actually didn't like that at all.
It further fragments the queer community because from the very beginning, this idea of being part of a demographic that has disposable income is frankly not true. And as a matter of fact, most queers don't. And a lot of statistics show that particularly women, lesbians in particular, have the least amount of money and the least amount of clout economically.
We'll accept, your gay endorsement on any terms. We don't care what else your politics are, and we don't care how else you're killing tons of people with your policies, as long as you're good on gay issues.
These really are very tempting fruits. I mean, it does feel good to everyone. It's hard to not look at these things and feel a little bit of relief when we feel so deprived of access to the larger culture.
Budweiser's had a long-standing commitment to the gay community.
That to me is
So all this stuff, guys, all this stuff in this big exhibition hall, this is all rainbow capitalism. Remember, we saw this in the last documentary. The queers do not like rainbow capitalism. The queers do not like corporate sponsorship of Pride because they believe Stonewall was a riot. So now you're seeing, again, this is like 5 years after the last documentary we watched, you're seeing a continuation of like, more and more corporations are pumping more and more money into these Pride festivals. And the queers increasingly are going, what the actual fuck? We don't want any of this because this was supposed to be a riot. This documentary is specifically about the tension between the assimilationist, capitalist, normie gay rights people who just wanted to get married and the radical anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist queers who didn't want any part of the system.
the ultimate future where, you have a gay-themed ad that can run in mainstream media and have people go, Oh, okay.
As I look back on it, yeah, kind of having this feeling of, oh yeah, they're like marketing to me, they're catering to me, and sort of having this sense of power about it, but then not thinking at the time what kind of power that is, if that is,
Yeah.
if being marketed
Precisely.
to
Yep, they
is
were.
really power.
What's put out by the mainstream in terms of what, you know, gay people are, it's all around like, you know, consumerist. They're, you know, it's like, it's just, they use the gay culture as like this consumerist culture.
How has the nature of the Pride marches changed from the beginning to as it is right now?
This movement
Sylvia
has
Rivera.
become so capitalist.
Sylvia Rivera is one of the primary figures of the Stonewall riot. Now, Sylvia Rivera kind of lied about the extent of her involvement in the Stonewall riot, but in the myth that's been created around Stonewall, Sylvia Rivera is one of the primary people. And Sylvia Rivera is about to say, Pride has become way too capitalist. So the one of the people who allegedly started the Stonewall riot is saying, all of this is too capitalist.
Right now,
this movement has become so capitalist.
Bing.
It is a capitalist movement. You know, the first 4 years was basically fun. I mean, the festival took place right on Christopher Street, and everything was moderately priced. I didn't believe that I would have to sit here 32 years later and basically bitch about the fact that they have become so capitalist.
Yeah, gay pride really is, you know, not what I need. It really is like sort of consumerist and racist and just not the politics that really feeds my life.
This is no longer my pride. I gave them their pride, but they have not given me mine.
I think that there definitely is, you know, a difference between someone who's coming from a queer radical perspective and another queer person who isn't necessarily coming from a very progressive or radical perspective. I think on the one hand, you have a group of people who are saying, you know, we're interested in the transformation of society to rid, society of inequity, you know, be it about race.
Look, the NEA. That means National Endowment for the Arts. That wasn't NEA, the Teachers Association. We're interested in the transformation of society and to rid society of inequity. That means Marxism. That means Marxism. Equity means Marxism. Inequity means capitalism. Inequity means hierarchy. Inequity means uneven wealth distribution. Equity means leveling the hierarchy, redistributing wealth. It is Marxism. Don't be distracted by the masks. They're making a political point, guys. They're not face masks. They're gags.
Person who isn't necessarily coming from a very progressive or radical perspective. I think on the one hand, you have a group of people who are saying,
triangle,
we're interested in the transformation of society to rid, society of inequity, be it about race or be it about sexuality or what have you. And on the other hand, with say non-radical people, non-radical queer people, you might say that that they might be, fighting for a piece of the pie, fighting against
capitalism,
job discrimination, but not necessarily fighting against, capitalism in general.
Resist the pressure of assimilation. In response to the capitalist, anti-political climate of the contemporary gay, lesbian, and bi culture, queerruption, radical queer, I don't know what that word is, was organized in 1999 in New York City. A group of 20 to 30 volunteer organizers met weekly during the spring and summer to plan the event, which took place from October 7th through the 11th. Yes, inequity and capitalism.
I believe the first meeting was in July, but I could be wrong. Because thinking back, that seems very late to have a first meeting for an October gathering, but most meetings were between 30 and 50 people with one facilitator. We rotated facilitation, but the agenda was largely set every meeting so that people would go around and tell the facilitator what they wanted to talk about or what they wanted to be on the agenda. We took notes. We made notes available via email after the meetings. There was a listserv that was started. We probably had, I don't remember, 10 or 15 committees, from food to housing to entertainment to outreach. And so we would go around and every committee would check in. There would usually be someone there from every committee.
Hang on. Approximately 350 people, both Americans and internationals, attended the event, which included workshops, demos, arts, and entertainment, as well as free food and housing. Queeruption was intended to be an opportunity for radical queers to share their skills and talents, to get to know each other, and to start building a network of people with anti-capitalist interests and concerns. Does anyone have any remaining questions about queer as an anti-capitalist ideology? Because again, this was in 1999. This was the year I graduated from high school. The left has been widely successful and the right has completely failed. Yes, that is exactly right. That is exactly right. Because they never bothered to learn the enemy that they were fighting. That is why the right has failed. That is why all this is necessary, guys. That is why what I am doing is necessary, because I am re-educating the public about who their enemy actually is after the right and conservatives and Republicans have completely failed all of us. Do we have any videos of that time? This would be interesting to review today. This is the video of that time too, ladies. This literally is the video of that time. So thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, this was before Halpern's book. Yeah, what? Yep.
Did you drive in from Virginia?
Yes, it took us like 10 hours. And, because we had some problems, but it was a good time. We made it.
Well, we barely got here this morning, but it's pretty cool so far. I don't know.
So many people have come so far and wanting to come early and help out and pitch in.
Happy to see like an agenda for a queer event this radical that incorporated other issues besides identity politics.
I'm particularly interested in in integrating queer politics with radical politics.
Oh yeah.
And so in order to be become more efficient at being an anti-racist, anti-capitalist, feminist, queer activist. So it's good to be here.
I would like to integrate queer politics with, what did they say, anti-capitalist politics or radical politics, so I can become a better anti-racist and anti-capitalist. Again, 90s girl.
In integrating queer politics with radical politics. And so in order to be become more efficient at being an anti-racist, anti-capitalist.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't notice this. There's a fucking triangle on the microphone. There's a fucking upside down fucking triangle on the microphone. Good spot.
Become more efficient at being an anti-racist, anti-capitalist, feminist, queer activist. So it's good to be here in that respect.
And for me, one of the things that started me off in my path as a revolutionary was being a lesbian and being oppressed because of that, and being fucked over because of that, and hating injustice because I hated what was done to me, and then I can understand, how what was done to other oppressed people was unjust.
Class struggle feminism is a totally different thing. It's not about getting the power to have power over people. It's about making everybody equal.
Some people go to school and
what's that? What's he doing? They held a zines workshop. A zines workshop at the Queer Radical event. Why? Because zines are anti-capitalist. Zines are designed to get them out of the capitalist system of production. That's why they use zines to spread their propaganda.
and not going to school, and then like it's nice to see those ideas recycled in scenes or in song lyrics or something, because not everybody gets around to reading those books.
Skill sharing workshops is like the biggest thing that I think really needs to go on everywhere. Learning how to do stuff yourself and being able to like get outside the capitalist world.
Get outside the capitalist world, guys. Get outside the capitalist world.
It's a very important part.
The documentation of all the work that went into queer.
All the background work that goes into making a queer radical coin throw function.
I went to the Horse Caucus, which is really cool. And we swapped ideas, and most of us had been in the sex service before, so we swapped ideas and thoughts. Well, it's not what I expected. I felt like I would be amongst like friends forever immediately, but I don't know. There's a lot of different attitudes. Everyone's not the same as me, and I don't know. It's a little more coarse than I thought it would be. But I'm still meeting some really neat people.
I guess the biggest part of conferences is networking, and Queer Eruption is a chance for people from different communities or queer activists that have a
Anti-racism
certain sort of
workshop.
shared agenda to get together and sort of hopefully share resources and skills.
I wanted to be involved in Queer Eruption because basically like this kind of like queer grouping has been really rare in my life, but something I've always been really hungry for, starving actually.
I've been doing queer conferences since I was 15, and doing workshops at them, and being really involved, but it was very much a different kind of queer scene. It was like way more the like, we want to just mainstream, we all want to wear Gap, we all want to like just get in there and be like American.
Because there's too much in queer culture, like this what desire to assimilate into regular mainstream culture, which is basically living up to like the typical racist sexism and classism that exists.
I couldn't connect to gay culture that I had seen in other places, and so I was just like, I can't relate to you, I can't be in your community, and so it's exciting to me when I feel like I can relate to people, and that my like internal identity can like find other people.
Just because they're like girls that sleep with girls or like girls that date girls, that doesn't mean that they're like my people, because they're like fucking conservative and like middle class and all this shit, and I'm like, that just means nothing.
This is a great question, Mason. This is a great question. This is one of those instances where the left is making fun of conservatives and conservatives don't understand what's going on and they take it seriously. The left is very aware that you guys call them groomers. When they were chanting in that chant, "We're coming for your kids," they were fucking trolling you. They were trolling you. And then Libs of TikTok made it go viral because Libs of TikTok doesn't understand what the fuck she's looking at because she doesn't understand any of this. And you guys all looked real dumb because you didn't understand that they were trolling you. They were trolling you. This is like when the left says, "Oh yeah, we're waiting for our Soros check," or "I can't wait to get that Soros check." They're trolling you. They know you think they're funded by Soros. They think that's fucking dumb because they know they're not. And so they're making fun of you. And then some fucking conservative takes a video of that out of context and they're like, "Look, they're admitting they're funded by George Soros." No, they're just trolling you. Literally. That's what that's about. Tolkien fan, that Lauren Whitehorn woman was a member of the Weather Underground. Yeah, that actually makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Tolkien fan. I appreciate that. This is exactly correct. This is a great analogy. We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your kids is on the same level as your body, my choice. That is exactly right. That is exactly right.
To me, like their concerns are not my concerns.
This is the first time I've ever felt that I actually have a community, that there are people who understand all the different political issues that I'm interested in.
Being queer in Montana doesn't happen. It's not a way of life. Everything that I learned here, I would spread it out to the people there.
Domestic violence workshop.
Hang on, I want to see what that said. Discussion on domestic violence in the queer and trans communities. Okay.
Domestic violence workshop they called yesterday on top of the roof was super awesome.
The workshop that I'm really excited about is the People of Color Caucus, just to have a chance, because there's all those different levels of alienation that happen of like not feeling part of the queer or like mainstream gay community, but also having some sense of not fitting into, you know, like being like people of color communities that, you know, that we're from.
I'm looking for many workshops on trans inclusion. Trans inclusion.
I liked the Camp Trans workshop a lot because I felt like we were doing something there. We were moving towards like a goal and maybe arguing a bit on the way.
I want to go to Ruckus, the queer self-defense one.
I never got to be a cheerleader.
So guys, this is basically a lot like the anarchist book fairs today. The ones that I go to where conservatives are like, you're not going undercover with Antifa. Well, yeah, I am. Because this was an early precursor to all of that stuff where they're getting together, they're handing out propaganda, they're doing workshops, they're networking, they're meeting each other. The anarchist book fairs that I've attended are very similar to this. They're hanging out, they're talking, they're exchanging ideas, all this stuff. It's even they're using zines, they're using the same techniques. It is incredibly similar.
In my school, fat girls weren't allowed to be cheerleaders. But I like this because you get to say dirty things real loud. Yeah. You put them in to fill up your bicycle tire dildo, right?
The black stuff was the inner tube from a bike. And I cut it open and wrapped it around. And some orange, what is this, electrical tape?
How long did it take you to make that?
20 minutes.
My baby got sanctified woman, and I swear I'm saved by what you did to me. And God smiled down, it's a blessing again. And all the good things, when the good things, what you see, come on now, testify.
I'm Ben from New York, don't know enough public sex scenes at all.
We can talk about, well, if I have the money and they're more expensive, I can make an informed choice. If I can afford these, then I'm helping women businesses, and that's another sort of political, economic statement I could be making.
I was involved with Queer Eruption in London, in Brixton, and so I had some idea that it was going to be a queer anarchist sort of radical space to explore lots of different issues, and there would be room to kind of develop it as it went along and suggest debates and stuff.
I really can appreciate the kind of social analysis and social criticism that's going on because it's kind of like understood that we're anti-capitalistic, which is something you kind of have to prove or tell other people about when you.
It's just understood that we're anti-capitalist. This is what I mean when I say the left knows what they are doing. It's just kind of understood that if you're in this space, you're an anti-capitalist. Like everything we're doing is anti-capitalist. We're talking about anti-capitalism all the time. If you are in this space, you're assumed to be an anti-capitalist. The left knows what they're doing. They've always known what they're doing. It is the right that does not understand the left because the right does not listen to what they're doing. And because the right does not listen to what the left is doing, they assume that because they don't understand it, the left doesn't understand. They say, do they really know? Yes, they know. They know. They're very aware of what they're doing. Thank you, OC. Thank you for the videos. I am learning their evolution. You're a great teacher. Well, I do try, OC. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, he actually really should. Yeah, he definitely should. Listen again.
the kind of social analysis and social criticism that's going on, because it's kind of like understood that we're anti-capitalistic, which is something you kind of have to prove or tell other people about when you're doing queer activism.
I want to radicalize. I want to free up. I want to like let loose and allow anarchy to reign, which is not chaos. It's just like the freedom to be able to intermingle and then remingle and change things that allows people to.
Bro, this guy thinks many people on the right get it. Hey, BC, what is the goal of queer ideology? This is a question just for you. BC Hooper, what is the goal of queer ideology? No one else answer. This is just for him. You think many people on the right get it? You've been sitting here listening to me. What is the goal of queer ideology? Let's see if you get it, bro. Let's see. Let's see how much you get. Let's see how much people on the right get. I'll wait. What is the goal of queer ideology? No one answer except for BC Hooper. This is only for them. Your options are to answer the question I asked you or to say I don't know, and those are your only two options. And if you do anything other than those two options, I'm going to permanently ban you from my chat. What is the goal of queer ideology? Do 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 do. No. You got one of them right. But it has nothing to do with traditionalism, has nothing to do with power structures, and you threw capitalism in on the end. So no, I'm not counting that as a correct answer. I'm not counting it as a correct answer at all. Follow-up question, what is the definition of queer? Has nothing to do with fucking traditionalism, bro. You don't know if you're putting traditionalism first, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So don't come into my chat and say, excuse me, Karlyn, most people on the right know this. No, they fucking don't. You can't even succinctly define this. What is the definition of queer? Just for BC Hooper, no one else. What is the definition of queer? No one in their right mind who understands what the goal of queer ideology is going to put dismantle traditionalism at the front of their fucking definition. You get one more chance to prove yourself. What's the definition of queer? Go. We're waiting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. BC Hooper, you're out of time, I'm afraid. What's the definition of queer? You just told me that you all get this. You just told me that many conservatives get this. Define fucking queer. Define it. If you get it, this should be easy. You already should have done it in the chat. What is taking so fucking long? Are you rewinding? Are you chat GPTing because you don't know the answer? This is a very, very simple question. What is the definition of queer? We are waiting, BC Hooper. The entire stream is stopped just for you. BC Cooper, you have 10, or Hooper rather, you have 30 seconds. Your options are to answer the question I'm asking you or to say you don't know. If you do anything other than those two things, you will be permanently banned from the chat. What is the definition of queer? You were the one that said, well, many conservatives get this. Okay, well, prove it to us. This is a very easy question. I've already defined queer multiple times in this stream. I've literally given you the answer multiple times in this stream. 15 seconds. BC bailed? Well, that's too bad. He's getting permanently banned then. That's too bad. Karlyn, you have my daughter singing that musical tune now and laughing. I appreciate that. Is he still here? No, he's still in the chat. He's still sitting in the chat. That lazy, ignorant motherfucker is still sitting in the chat. So, BC Cooper, you have one last fucking chance. You have 15 seconds to answer this question because I know you're listening to me right now. If you do not answer the question, you will be permanently banned and we'll never have to hear from you again because you came in here and told us the conservatives know all about this when, in fact, you can't answer the most basic questions about the ideology. And I've given you the answer multiple times in this stream already. BC Hooper, I'm really hoping that you will at least take a stab at it or be a fucking man and admit that you don't know. BC Hooper must be quiet a fucking pussy. What a shame. What a shame. Real men can answer questions, BC Hooper. Last chance. All right, I'm not waiting anymore. I gave him more than enough time, and now he is permanently banned, and we will never have to hear from him again. Does anyone want to answer the question, what is the definition of queer? Does anyone want to answer the question? It's open now to the floor. He's been permanently banned, so he will not be back. Queer is anti-capitalist. That's half right, half correct. Partially correct. Someone better fucking get this, I swear to God. Yeah, not even Reagan got the answer I'm looking for. So that's a good sign. Okay, queer is an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist political ideology. That's what it is. It is an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist political ideology. Yup, Tiffany got it. Tiffany got the anti-assimilation. Well, Tiffany got half of it too. Anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist. Thank you.
More and change the mind and learn from each other and change the patterns as we see fit, not just I see fit or they see fit.
You know, revolution.
And just so we're really queer, because I'm sure BC Hooper is right now going, that's not fair. I said it's non-traditional. No one said the word fucking traditional. No one has ever said the word non-traditional. That's not correct. That's not what it is. Or Megami over on Rumble, I think right or normative peeps haven't remotely exposed queer movements because they won't even approach them because they're so gross looking. I can almost smell them through the video. I'm kidding. Well, I damn well do hope you're kidding because if the reason that we are going to lose to the queer Marxists is because the right thinks they're too gross to even interact with, which actually you're probably not wrong. I mean, I saw someone earlier in the chat going, I'm going to puke. And I was just like, I cringed. I was like, you're going to puke from watching a fucking video? Like, you're going to puke? Really? They're disgusting. And it's like literally grow the fuck up. Literally grow up.
The big R word, I believe happens through the process of something. Not necessarily the end product.
Radicalism is that process of living your revolution every day.
Caught it.
I think the action tomorrow night, the Take Back Central Park action, will go really well. And I'm excited about that.
We're here! We're queer! We're taking back the park! We're here! We're queer! We're taking back the park!
What cops would say is that they're stopping illegal activities like cruising and like prostitution. But what's clear from these instances is that queers are being arrested simply for being queer. And so this action, the Take Back Central Park action, is to create a safe space for all queers to flame, be loud, have fun, and to show the real danger in the park, which is not cruising queers, but racist, homophobic cops.
We're here! We're queer! We're taking back the park! There you go.
I guess in general, I just wanted to see like what was going on with like radical queer activism to see how inclusive it was of all different people and different generations and different ideas.
I don't see a lot of people of color represented here, and I don't see on the workshops and stuff, I don't see a lot of people of color centered workshops, and I think
so. Even back in the 90s, they were using the term people of color. That's intersectionality.
that the anti-racist workshop is a good one, but
and critical
I would have
race
liked to see
theory.
more discussion over the entire weekend.
A really essential lacking of this radical conference is that race has not been one of the essential categories in everything we're talking about.
Yeah, actually, this is a really good point, Tiffany. Safe space means away from capitalism. Yeah, it could actually. Away from oppressive power structures, a non-hierarchical space where everyone is considered and all the feelings matter and blah. Yeah, you're actually not wrong about that. That's a really good definition.
Has been marginalized. And so how can we have a radical queer politic if we are ignoring this major aspect of every interaction we have in the society? That's where it becomes bullshit, and that's where it becomes questionable.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at the name of one of the workshops. So you think you're not racist? Think again. Check out anti-racism for white queers. White, again, means privileged. It means capitalist privilege. It means the system of capitalism, the system that upholds racism. Being anti-racist was about the system. It wasn't about the individual. It wasn't about skin color. It was about overthrowing capitalism. 1999.
On a very political.
And by the way, these are all young people. Where the fuck did they learn this? These are all young people. Are you fucking serious? Spawn of Hell. Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto? Yes or no? This is only for Spawn of Hell. Spawn of Hell. Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto? Yes or no? Okay, Spawn of Hell, what does it say about communists participating in capitalism in the Communist Manifesto? What does it say explicitly about communists participating in capitalism in the Communist Manifesto, which you claim to have read? You don't remember. So I'm going to assume you never actually read it. What it says is, we live in a capitalist society, and therefore, ergo, we have to participate in capitalism. And as long as you're participating in capitalism to overthrow the system of capitalism, you are allowed to participate in capitalism. Well, maybe you need to read it again. Maybe it's time for another reading. Yeah, 4 today. Yeah. Yeah. Every day. This is why I'm losing my mind. Origami, Jews, white women, and black people are the trifecta of complete societal. No, wrong, and stupid and fake and gay. And send me more money if you're going to say something that fucking stupid in my chat again.
Systematic level, not just on a personal, how you doing, what's up?
Origami says Antifa's pissed at Alex Stein. Hey, Origami, do you know who Antifa's actually pissed off at right now? Me. Antifa isn't doing presentations about fucking Alex Stein. Antifa's not doing presentations about the Proud Boys. Antifa's not even doing presentations about Nick Fuentes. Antifa and socialists are doing presentations about me. They are organizing around opposition to things that I have done. They're pissed off at me. They don't even know who fucking Alex Stein is. There was an entire fucking presentation on Haymarket Books' website like a week ago all about me. So no, they're not so pissed at Alex Stein. They don't even know who the fuck Alex Stein is. You like seriously, bro. You're getting into retard territory in the chat over on Rumble, and I'm really sad to see it.
What's so frustrating is that we have to be like, why is it that we walked into this conference and we're all like, oh shit, everyone's white here, but like, why don't they walk in and say
oh shit,
everyone looks like me and is white here?
If you're gonna advertise fucking queer of color, like fuck, don't do that. Like don't like bring us to all white conference. I'm like fucking pissed off about it.
I wonder if it's occurring to people people that the reason that we have to have this caucus is because there's so few of us here. When I try to talk to people who aren't people of color,
They're
who talk
struggle
about why they
sessioning
feel
each other, by the way.
uncomfortable, like they can't. It's hard to kind of pinpoint what it is and like explain to them what it feels like. But the thing that I've sort of come up with recently, and I'd like to hear if other people feel this, is that what's really important is being able to see
hang on. I don't think that you're getting it. This person says, wow, all of this really speaks to how successful saturated colleges were this propaganda. It took 30 years to get the majority of college students to talk like they did back then. Bro, there's something that you seem to be missing. There's something that you're missing. They were all talking about, they were all talking like this back then. It did not take 30 years. This was not the start of this. They were all talking like this back then. This is a documentary about them talking like this back then. It's been 30 years since then. This was not the beginning of this. It started decades before this. They were all talking like this 30 years ago and no one fucking noticed.
reflections of yourself to affirm that, like, who you are.
I'm trying to find a space to be radical in.
Look at this. What does this sign say? Hang on. Shit, does it have a better view of it? You are a person of color. The only ones taking direct action against racism here. Check yourself. Let's see if it shows the rest of the sign.
Radical and to be person of color.
Check yourself.
And to heal.
I don't know what that says.
Trying to figure out when are the right moments for me to talk about race, and not to seem complicit in everything. This space right now is like what I really need to hear at this conference, because I feel like there's so much hypocriticalness in what people like to call the radical community, when it's.
Why are there so many people that are just descending into absolute retardation in my chat? Why? I feel like I'm sorry I even watch these documentaries, because the chats just keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. What I find so ironic is the poster says everyone is white, but the very people who rage and scream are bloody white. It's not about skin color, and it never has been about skin color. It is about capitalism, the system that upholds racism. Whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism back then, just like whiteness means capitalism now. It was never about fucking skin color.
Really not, because they don't deal with a lot of their own issues.
The propaganda for Queer Eruption was
It's all good,
let's
Gaynor.
push
Thank you.
the corporate capitalist, like the typical like queer culture scene, but really it's like shifting it to a different scene. Like instead of rainbows and
Queers, are you sick of assimilationist, consumerist, capitalist, tranny-fearing, racist, apolitical, sex-closeted, corporate-worshipping, misogynist, Bud Light guzzling, rainbow flag-waving gays? They were shitting on the rainbow flag-waving gays in 1999. Effectual insurrection! We're learning, Dr. K. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Effectual Insurrection. I do appreciate it.
scene, but really it's like shifting it to a different scene. Like instead of rainbows and running capitalists, we're the anti-capitalists, but running around with this.
We're the anti-capitalist, she just said. I can't actually. Isn't it about time for radical politics building, DIY culture jamming, info and something gap culture cradling, race, sex, gender, addressing polymorphous, direct action. I can't read the rest of this. It's too blurry.
Same classism and racism.
Culture challenging.
If you don't have things that people of color want to talk about, and if you don't have organizers from the beginning who are people of color, then why the fuck would non-white people want to come to these things? And like, you're not like addressing any issues that we want to talk about.
Well, I think that that's one of the issues, not having enough workshops on, people of color issues. I think, however, like the main problem is
Indeed,
not
Jayla. Thank you.
the separate dynamics that would happen if color was involved.
And everyone in this room is radically queer in that we all want to make a change. That's why we're all here. We're willing to do whatever it takes to address these issues, race issues, tranny issues. When the organizers...
Yes. When everyone has retard moments every once in a while, Gainer. You're forgiven. I didn't even put you in a timeout, bro. It couldn't have been that bad of a retard moment. I didn't ban you or anything.
And the organizers put together those flyers, and they're sending out all these flyers. They were not discriminating to who was going to get these flyers.
I want to be called on my homophobia because I am homophobic also. I want to be called on my racism because I am a racist. I want to be called on my sexism because I exhibit these behaviors. I'm working through shit. We all are. We are all in this process. This is a really big fucked up world. We are all coming here to begin to address it all.
This is a full-on Robin DiAngelo struggle session 20 years before Robin DiAngelo was famous for white fragility. Robin DiAngelo did not come up with these concepts. This is why when people hold Robin DiAngelo up as the poster child of anything, you got to understand these concepts were already around long before Robin DiAngelo was ever a thing. This person is talking like they're in white fragility. This was 20 years before that book was published.
And for me, like, I don't care if those issues are raised again and again, because for me, Queer Option isn't about one weekend where people come, everything is fabulous and fine, and no, hang on, it's not a joke. The minute people walk into the door, everything is organized and perfect.
Well,
Queer Option is a...
So Seeker says Robin cribbed her content. What you have to understand is Robin was just lifted up as one person that became emblematic of that time, and Robin DiAngelo mostly got famous because conservatives made her famous, okay? That's why everyone knows about Robin DiAngelo. But you have to understand, and Mizakan can back me up on this, all of the books are about this content. All of the books say the same thing, roughly. They might vary here or there. But it's not like it was just Robin DiAngelo who wrote it. I know you're kidding, but I really want to make sure people understand this. Like, it's not like it was just Robin DiAngelo who wrote a book like that. All the fucking books coming out of the socialist book publishers are like this. All of the books that these kids were reading in college were like this. And this has been true forever and ever and ever. So it was not just like one person. It's just that one person got lifted up as like the crazy fucking racist lady, and she became famous, but she wasn't the only person the left was reading. In fact, the left didn't really like Robin DiAngelo, if I'm being honest about it. Hang on, I got a super chat from two ladies. This is like a flashback of how history is repeating itself, and they're bringing this to a head today. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Timing, luck. Robin DiAngelo was one of the people that was presenting at Evergreen State College. The whole Evergreen State College blow up happened very publicly, and so she was connected to that. And so it's just one of those things. She had a book. The timing was lucky on her part, and the book was put out there, and it caught on like wildfire, partly because she was involved in some high-profile stuff just by happenstance, and partly just like the luck of timing. But you got to understand, it could have been anyone else. Have you heard from Robin DiAngelo in recent years? Robin DiAngelo, I check in on her every once in a while. Robin DiAngelo has been basically wiped off the face of leftist activism. She is no longer relevant. She barely even does speaking gigs anymore. And so it's like, yeah, with the Brett Weinstein thing, she was involved in that. Yeah, exactly. And so it's one of those things that, like, sometimes these leftist activists become really, really famous purely because conservatives make them famous. It's like Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney is famous because conservatives made him famous. Who is that other guy? Jeffrey Marsh. Jeffrey Marsh is famous because conservatives made him famous. But, like, are Dylan Mulvaney and Jeffrey Marsh the only trans people that have a fucking popular TikTok? No, not at all. Like, there are all sorts of people like Dylan Mulvaney and Jeffrey Marsh at all these events. So it's like, the ones that get lifted up, it's luck, it's timing, it's they want to be famous more than the other people. They're more willing to put their stuff out there than the other people. They may have the right management team about them, whereas other people don't have that. It's just like, it's a perfect storm of, like, who gets lifted up and who doesn't. And the minute that these people become inconvenient, well, yeah, Ibram X. Kendi is another great example. Ibram X. Kendi basically came in after Robin DiAngelo, and he got lifted up for a while, but now Ibram X. Kendi's institute at Boston University has completely fucking failed. Have you heard from Ibram X. Kendi lately? I haven't heard from Ibram X. Kendi lately. So he was lifted up in a moment, and now he's no longer required. Oh, God. Let me see. Got another $1 super chat from Ormagami over there. Let's see what he has to say. I explain more in super chats, but I'm not rich, so I have to explain myself in normal chat. Damn capitalism. I'm learning, Professor Karlyn. Apologies. Hey, I appreciate that. All right. How much longer do we have left? A couple more minutes. Let's wrap this up.
Thought. It's not about this weekend being played. It's about building something. It's about creating something.
They struggle sessioned each other, essentially. They struggle sessioned each other. They had a little anti-racist struggle session at Queer Eruption. That's what you're witnessing.
I think that a starting point for activists has to be like an examination of their own privilege, of our own privilege.
In terms of specific groups, that doesn't necessarily mean that, that white queer radicals are always going to get it concerning racism. Because if you're part of a community that's so insular as to be separate from other people of color, as to be separate from, say, activists of queer activists of color, then you're also becoming separate from a wealth of experience and a wealth of knowledge about strategies to combat racism and about experiences involving racism. So that definitely has a negative impact there. So I think you certainly have the vision in mind of a transformed society, but not necessarily the connection with other people.
These are the same issue. These things happen simultaneously to our bodies. Police brutality, racism, transphobia, poverty. All of these issues should be essential to a gay.
So I want to show you this. There's the triangle, by the way. You guys see the triangle on the top of that thing? This is ACT UP. You see the triangle on the sides. We're here, we queer, we hate the fucking president. This is ACT UP. Again. We're here, we're queer, don't fuck with us. That's not what I wanted to show them. This is what I wanted to show. Queer Nation. Pop quiz in the chat. What is Queer Nation and what does it have to do with anything? Reagan might know this. I don't know if anyone else knows this. What is Queer Nation? The original Q, by the way. What is Queer Nation? Queer Nation is the organization that wrote Queers Read This, that was released in 1990, which was basically the start of the splintering of queer liberation away from the gay normie rights activists. Queer Nation is the organization that produced that.
Transphobia, poverty, all of these issues should be essential to a gay identity and to a gay activism, not something that you have to put aside in order to go out and do gay activism that's based on the experiences basically of like people who don't experience other kinds of oppression.
Really believe that what you're doing is right and in your heart. I mean, that's how most of us come to this. It's because it's in our heart. And so we have to do it. for some people, it's because the oppression is so great they don't have a choice. You know, it's either change it or you die. So I
Act
think it's
up
really
again.
about, you know, this relationship building and how we build these relationships, putting out our values, talking in proactive and pro-affirming ways, and really understanding that it's a process for people to change. That just as it took us a long time, it takes people a long time to change.
Capitalism or racism or those kinds of things that I was raised on are part of what's in my head. And so sometimes I do act inappropriately, and I need to not be afraid to hear that when someone calls me out on it, and not be afraid to learn how to do something new that's uncomfortable, about unlearning something I've learned.
How you break things down to people, how you make your ideas accessible to people. You have to be constantly asking yourself, you know.
Things like consensus, things like setting an agenda at the start of a meeting, things like go-arounds, language like that, and organizing strategies were something that I was completely not familiar with I feel like that kind of stuff, while not exclusive to white people, is
real.
something that is you have to become familiar with.
And then someone walks in off the street because they saw a flyer or because their friend told them about this. And we don't know how to incorporate them into the process in a way that makes them feel like they're a part of something, but also that doesn't derail the meeting so much. So all we're doing is giving everyone background about what's already happened.
But there's real differences, and that I don't think that we have a really wonderful way to talk about our differences and to take advantage of those differences. That when there is conflict because of differences, we see that as a negative thing. And usually it manifests itself as a negative thing because we don't think in this society that conflict is actually a part of creativity and change, and that conflict is a harbinger of change.
And even the negative stuff that happens only, to me, happens to teach us a lesson as to how to move more positively into the future that we want to create, that we actually are the architects of our future.
That's it. That's it. So you guys made it through 3 documentaries today. We watched a documentary from 1988 that was about AIDS activism or the ACT UP movement. We watched a second documentary from 1994, which was You're Starting to Get More Queer Activism. And they're still referencing, do you guys notice that in the subsequent 2 documentaries, they kept referencing the ACT UP movement over and over and over again, because the ACT UP movement was deeply influential in queer activism. You have got to understand the ACT UP movement if you're going to understand the bashback movement, if you're going to understand the splintering that happened between assimilationists and anti-assimilationists. It is critical to understand the evolution of this. And then we watched the last one we just watched from 1999 shows clearly that all of these ideas about anti-queers and anti-capitalist political ideology were firmly implanted in college-age youth in the late fucking 90s. Did you guys learn something today? 1 in the chat if you learned something today. 2 in the chat if you think you knew all this already. James D, thank you for the super chat. I was sharing Gabby's information today with my coworkers. I remind them daily it is all about capitalism. Hope that ends your day on a positive note. Can't thank you enough for all you do. Well, thank you, James D. I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys putting up with the yelling and consternation, but this stuff really does piss me off. It really pisses me off. Thug Life Larry, thank you for the super chat. Bud Light had a dog named Spud McKenzie, which was a male dog in their commercials in the late 80s, but in reality, the dog was a female named Honey Tree Evil Eye. Decades of propaganda from Bud Light. Well, you just ruined that whole thing for me. I had no idea that dog was a girl, and that's really upsetting to me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, lots of ones in the chat. Cool, man. Cool. Yeah. So that is all we have today, guys. I am going to go work on my book. I'm going to use the rest of my night to work on my book. And if you want to read draft chapters of the book, you can head over to my Red Menace Collective Substack that is different from my main Substack. That is redmenacecollective.substack.com. I will be posting chapters there as I finish writing them. As a reminder, we are going to be doing several spy streams over the next couple days. So if you are a YouTube channel member, make sure you are checking the poster community tab. I will be posting when we're doing spy streams on my Twitter account and on the Telegram channel, so you guys know it's coming. But of course, the best thing to do is make sure you are subscribed to the Substack. You can get a free subscription to the Substack. You can also get a paid subscription to the Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year if you would prefer to support over there. And you will get all the information about the spy streams. There's a bunch of them coming up. You're going to want to see them. There's a lot of college stuff going on. Lots of crazy presentations. There's a spy stream about queer history and all that stuff. You can continue to learn more about the evolution of this crazy ideology. And God knows, if nothing else, every single person who watches my work knows more than Andy No does about any of this. And we need to be fact-checking Andy No's ass in perpetuity. We need to be riding him in a way that he does not want, for him to either stop misinforming his audience or literally just shut the fuck up. Like, that's it. We need him to stop misinforming his audience or shut up. And he needs to debate me, because it's just time. It's absolutely time. Ormagami over on Rumble, I really appreciate the breakdowns of these documentaries, Professor Karlyn. Worth every lashing. Hey, I appreciate the good attitude. That is a positive attitude to have. Let me see. I feel like there was something else in the chat that I wanted to look at. I need to become a member of your YouTube channel and Substack. So, okay, you don't need to become a member of both. But if you want to be invited to Spy Stream is open to people who are members on the following platforms. My main Substack only, Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I have other Substacks. You have to make sure you're on the main Substack. Otherwise, you're not going to get the benefits, because I only post it there, okay? So the main Substack only, Spy Stream is the benefit of. The YouTube channel membership. If you became a YouTube channel member, you could find the Spy Stream information in the community or the post tab, wherever that is, and then you can join us there. You can become a member of my locals. You can become a Patreon supporter. You can become a Twitter supporter. All of those platforms get the information. You only have to do one. Some people do more, and of course, I appreciate the people who do. But those are the platforms that you would have to be a supporter on. All right, guys, I am losing my voice, and I'm not going to go and just not talk for the rest of the night. I'm done. I'm done yelling. I'm done shouting. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.